are literally made up. It's human.
Did you ever see them in Miami?
No, I didn't see them in Miami. They didn't bring any POSs in Miami. I only heard of them when I was working on marketing material for their POSs. And what happened was I was just really telling them how stupid their ideas were with the POS, where they wanted to charge 10%, which was, again, Micah's idea and his girlfriend at the time. And Micah told me that. So Micah said, literally to me, which I will attest to in court, that the POS systems, the way they were rolling out was his ideas with someone else. I'm not going to mention her name. And he had one of the major distributors, one of the top guys.
Yeah, Casey's computer crashed. He's coming back on. So continue and explain that while we're waiting.
No problem. So Micah had this, what he does deals with some of these reps. And these reps, you know, they can either perform or not perform. He got a deal with one of the reps that he was going to be the headpiece of the POS systems, and they never sold anything.
So in Miami, did they have hardware they gave to people? How did they perpetuate that?
No, they did that in Vegas before Miami. So a year prior to Miami, they were in Vegas where Hakan was supposed to show up, and I think I talked about this briefly. And Micah was pissed off that Hakan did not show up, and Micah had to, you know, bring Hakan into that whole element by video camera. But they gave away some POS systems there, and to my knowledge, no one has had a successful point of sale transactions from those machines. No one.
Yeah, and I can tell you, you know, I found a document. I'm going to be clear because I have this documented now. I found a document from back in the day where Oscar, you there? I lost your video. I found a document from back in the day which listed their login for the POS system. And it had a username and a password in it. So I was like, is this shit going to work? And then, guess what? It worked. So I went into the back of the POS system. It's not hacking when you leave your username and password in a PowerPoint file.
And there's nothing there. And there's no transactions, right?
Wait, Casey. There was transactions. Let's be clear here. They had a lot of test transactions. Let me tell you guys, as a programmer, we will test transactions with 1 penny, 5 pennies, maybe even $1. You don't test a transaction with 8 Bitcoin. That's stupid.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw that transaction.
So they had a lot of test companies with 7 Bitcoin, 5 Bitcoin, 6 Bitcoin. Literally, that's a sign of money laundering. And that's what a lot of people aren't seeing. So on the POS systems that's good. Now I know who discovered that password. I use that password to go in there and look at their transactions, and literally the first thing that hit me was money laundering because of their you see their test, 1 penny, 5 pennies, and all of a sudden.
And here's the funny thing: since you created promotions for that, that is part of your court case, isn't it? Technically,
it is.
Technically, that is evidence. That is evidence because it's related to your time.
I created the POS presentation, but the reality of it was what you found out. And what we logged now as.
But again, I want to be very clear. I didn't hack it. I found I found a PowerPoint file which had the links, and they had a default username and password, and I just put them in. I was just like, wait.
And you know what? To be clear, I've been going through some of their old videos, and literally they've done that several times. I found an exact URL to an old video of their programmers showing them how they can change the results of their exchange. So if they don't want to pass the transactions, they can turn off transactions.
Wait. I thought that Micah says crypto's unfallible. And you know. Casey, do you have the video up? We can get going again?
Yeah. I'll put it back up here.
All right, let's make sure we got the audio there.
That's a great statement.
Okay.
What people are able to do. You have most people that are living like, you know, in poverty in the world. And you have a very small group that controls like 50% or 60% of all the wealth in the world. So you have a very big difference in what you can achieve. So, you know, last couple of weeks we've been talking about how we create our reality. You know, we were going.
Wait. I think that's what they're doing. I think they're trying to create a reality, isn't it? Isn't it, guys?
Well, let's stop him right here. He's creating a metaverse universe, if you will, an alternative reality where facts don't matter.
Well, like he's not Steve Jobs. He's not Steve Jobs. He's not Elon Musk. They always like to equate themselves to Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. You know, Steve Jobs had a reality distortion field. He could make things happen that were impossible. You know, Elon Musk had a reality distortion field. Micah Third, to say this as a journalist, as a person who's highly educated with a master's degree, Micah Third barely has a command of English language.
He is literally going back to this same system of telling people, hey, there's more people than rich people. I'm turning you into a rich guy. I have made you into a millionaire. How many statements has he said of that, saying, you are now all millionaires? This is bullshit.
Think of yourself as a millionaire. Go around proudly feel that you're a millionaire. But we're not going to let you have stock that you can trade. We're not going to let you sell your Phoenix coin. You can't do anything.
Well, what Phoenix? The coins aren't even real, but that's a story for another day.
The millionaires have money.
Great. Right. If you don't have control of your assets, you're not nothing.
Oscar, please let's use the real term, not your keys, not your coin. That's the crypto term. If he wants to, he's never said that word. He's never said that to any. Do you agree, Casey? I'm not heard of these. You know, not your keys, not your coin, which is the standard moniker in crypto. Let's continue.
Let's add to that. Not your stock in your wallet. It's not your stock. You don't own anything.
Restricted shares, no good.
There was this common thread between all of them is that you're creating your reality with your thoughts. So for me, from very early, I had this idea that I would be able to be, extremely successful. Not just like successful, successful real estate agent or, owning a small business successful. I just saw like big success in my future. And I don't know if that's by choice or whatever, but it lines up with that reality that we're seeing that would create.
Mic check.
So why not?
Okay, pause there, Casey, because I want to talk about something that someone brought up in the chat. Tobin brought something up in the chat. Thank you, Tobin. Tobin said, this is why they can't do due diligence. They're being programmed with the book Think and Grow Rich. Let's be very clear. We have stepped beyond crypto scam. We have stepped beyond Ponzi scheme. We have stepped beyond pyramid scheme. We are now in a cult. You are watching a cult. A cult is where you can't ask questions, and they're using Think and Grow Rich to program people, and you have to believe. I think one of the most disturbing things you're going to hear later in this video, I'm going to leave it, is they're going to say, just remember faith and fear.
But as the most biggest thing that you can imagine. So I think then when we started CWS, it was like my whole focus was on the community success. Figuring that a successful community would obviously include me. So why not put that projection and that idea? And I think a lot of
Okay, stop.
I'm sorry, Casey, did you just say he was projecting and he just projected out loud and said the word projection?
That's all he does. I'm telling you, he does.
Yes, but he's finally said the quiet part out loud. Oscar, did you have something to say?
Well, yeah. This is. Listen, when he says the community is successful, he has said statements to me saying, "I can't believe these people are hard up for money." He doesn't give a shit. When Hakan says, "Because of jerks like you, I will always make more money," they're not giving a shit about you. And if they did, they would actually do their damn job. As an entrepreneur, when you accept people's money, it is your job, your fiduciary responsibility. There's a word for you, Micah. Fiduciary responsibility.
No. He knows the second part of that word, Oscar.
Not the first. He doesn't get it. He is responsible to use that money to go and actually build a business. And when you just buy a sports team instead of building a crypto exchange, sports team, crypto exchange. That's two different things. You don't get money for one thing and fund something else. You are literally not for the community. You're there for yourself. Let's not lie to people. Polygon is not there for the community.
All right.
We all
There we go.
include me. So why not put that projection and that idea? And I think a lot of our community who's been with us for the whole time have also caught on to that idea of faith. Someone sent me a video today. It was beautiful, and it really was a lecture on that faith is on one side of things, and fear is on the other. And wherever you spend your time is how your life is going to look. If you spend your time in fear, your life is going to look in fear. You know, we've had people who are really trying to get our community to sit in fear.
Wait! Raise your hand. So what he's doing is he is putting us now we are positioned as the opposite of a miracle. This is
Truth.
It's projection. It's his fear, guys. He's the one that's worried. He's the one that's worried. He should be worried.
Yeah, he should be worried.
because his walls are closing in on him.
Because faith is what's going to create our success. Don't buy into the fear. Don't buy into that message, because it does have that power over people. Fear has a tremendous power over people. And so I would then say, if you look at the world, when I say the world, probably the majority lives in fear. And maybe biblically, that's what was
It's just a shame. What a shame. Making religion again.
Like, you buy into fear,
Business.
life is not going to be as good as it could be. If you replace fear with faith, then you're looking at, then you're looking at moving mountains. And I believe that we've been able to keep our community in faith and faith and faith. So
Can we just replace the word community with cults? Because that's really what this has become.
And let's replace that you're providing a faith to the community. You're lying to the community. You're not even letting the community ask you questions because you're afraid of the questions. Stop being afraid of the questions. Stop being afraid.
And speaking of that, I want to let Danny, iPhone, stop struggling. Now we know. Tobin, Travis, or anyone here ask questions if they think we're saying anything wrong. I think that's the important thing. The comments of this field are open.
Yeah, and look, no one's saying that we don't want the facts told. We just want the facts told.
Give me the money. Show me the statements from the stores of them making money. I believe he said it multiple times that the stores are profitable.
All of these agreements and contracts and licenses, why don't they just show the document? Right? If you've done something, if you've done revenue, people are going to your store, show a video of people coming in and shopping, lines of people going in and out of your store. Because
let me question that. Show a video of locals. Show a video of actual customers. There's been videos of investors that have flown to Cyprus and have created little crowds in their store. But show me a video of locals. I agree. Actual end users.
Okay, things that were said, and I also said it first couple of calls where there was like 5 or 6 people, right? It wasn't a big group. And I said, one day companies are going to ask us, the community, to launch their company. And, that's what happened with Miracle Cash and More. We basically are, the community that launched Miracle Cash and More.
Wait. So the community has no, Oscar, come on. The court is going to love this video, aren't they?
Yeah. The community has no say. You said you didn't want educated investors to control your path. So you didn't want educated investors to control your path. You wanted dumb investors so they don't have any say at all. And you guarantee that they don't have any say by cutting off comments, cutting off any supposedly negativity, but they're asking business questions. That's not negativity. That's due diligence.
Correct.
Come on. This guy's just talk about projecting. Right now, he's doing a sermon on the mount, right?
Yep.
Here we go.
Historical. You know, there will be books written on this because what we've done is actually incredible. It's miraculous what we've done.
He's right about that. There will be a book written.
You know, I've got a friend. He's actually in the Guinness Book of World Records for one of the fastest growing businesses of its type. You know, I guarantee you, within the first month, he had customers, and they were making money very early on. Right? I mean, this guy's a billionaire, good friend of mine, and this is not.
Casey, one thing, they were making money from selling a product very early on. These guys were making money very early on from investors' funds.
He sold one thing and did it very well, right? One thing and did it very well. Not 20 different products. It's just one thing, right? Made him a billionaire. But this is not. You don't go into business saying we're going to start 50. I think what do we count? 22 different things.
Casey, can you do me a favor? I want to open a new tab. Leave this where it is. I want to go back to this. But I want to show you the stuff that they put out before this. So can you go to Boogie Gopher Club and we can look at those 3 little shorts they put out to kind of knock us off of Google search and stuff. I want to let them play. We're going to play each one in its entirety because I think this is important. Because I think it's relevant to what's going on because it happened before this. Oh look, there's a no hands. Let's go to Boogie Gopher Club. You know, they said they hired a new marketing company and everything like that, and they put out these 3 videos. Let's watch these 3 videos. I don't mind which way we watch them. The one that's my favorite is the one that talks. Actually, let's go to the class shares last. We'll go to the class shares last because that's the most illegal one.
They just pumping this out with AI, right?
Well, yeah, but I want us to play it and I want us to talk about it because I think this is what their people are seeing. Our crypto.
All right, here we go.
Exchange exclusive shareholder opportunity. Welcome to the forefront of the crypto revolution. As we embark on this groundbreaking journey, we invite you to seize a unique opportunity to become a shareholder in our cutting-edge crypto exchange, where innovation meets profitability. Why invest in our shares? Diverse revenue streams. Our shareholders enjoy dividends from profits generated through various.
Wait, didn't they offer dividends for profits back in 2022? Right. Everybody's supposed to get money. Yeah.
Just let it play. We'll talk again. We'll talk again.
Buy and sell crypto to fiat via web, brick and mortar stores, and crypto ATMs. Point of sale crypto machines for retailers, both online and offline. A full-fledged crypto exchange with futures and leverage trading. Innovative products like crypto stable coins with instant cash conversion. Market expansion. With physical stores, crypto ATMs, and online platforms, we're expanding our reach across diverse markets. Offering a complete ecosystem for both seasoned traders and those new to the crypto world. Convertible shares. Class shares can be converted to common shares, allowing you greater flexibility.
Casey, hold on. Please stop. Please stop. Did they literally say convertible shares and it shows a picture of a convertible?
This is the
Participate actively in shaping the company's future and enjoy increased benefits. Industry growth. The crypto industry is experiencing exponential growth, and our strategic position puts us at the forefront of this evolution. Early ownership in our project could be truly life-changing. Why now? The timing is critical. As the crypto industry continues its explosive growth, early ownership in our project positions you for unprecedented opportunities. Here's what you gain. 1. Strategic advantage. Be part of a project with a physical presence in addition to an online exchange, catering to diverse consumer preferences. 2. Profitable services. Benefit from dividends derived from a multitude of services, ensuring a steady income stream. 3. Innovative products. Our innovative products, such as instant cash conversion of crypto stable coins, set us apart in the market. 4. Transformative potential. This isn't just an investment. It's an opportunity to shape the future of crypto finance and reap the rewards. Join us on this journey. Your investment today isn't just a financial decision. It's a strategic move towards a future where crypto is not just a trend, but an integral part of our daily lives. Don't miss out on the chance to be a part of something revolutionary. Visit our website now to learn more and secure your stake in the future of crypto exchange.
All right, let's just ask a very simple question. Oscar, you are very familiar with what I'm about to say. Oscar, is that a solicitation for investment?
Yes, totally. That's solicitation.
That was posted 5 days ago.
Right.
Is that against everything the SEC has to say with anything? I say that because I know you've settled with the government before. That is a solicitation for an illegal investment.
Literally, what regulators are looking for is, before you solicit it to the public, which this is, you're a solicitation to the public, did you file your S9? Did you file the regulatory requirement of the filing to say
Wait, Oscar, I don't mean to interrupt you, but does the S9 include 2 broken down cards of the Dominican Republic?
No, of course not. Of course not. And just because, even if you bought a publicly traded company, but right now you're soliciting to Miracle Cash. Miracle Cash has no publicly traded anything, has not filed any SEC regulatory document to solicit funds. In other words, the courts are going to say, prior to this video, did you do the requirements? If the answer is no, you're violating regulations. That's simple. Right? So think about it, guys. All of you that invested money prior to them saying that it was in shares, it wasn't in shares. You guys were told NFTs. I was paid by an NFT that was never minted.
Wait, what does NFT stand for, Oscar?
Okay. Real NFTs are non-fungible tokens. Micah's NFTs are NASDAQ filing tokens. The most illegal statement you can possibly make. Micah has made them.
Well, there's the regulation piece. Is what they're doing legal? And you say, well, maybe they just don't know what they're doing. But the fact is, they don't make any money underlying, right? Like publicly traded companies typically make money, right? They don't do that. So legal or not, even if they are legal, what is there here? I mean, are we watching commercials? Do they have commercials for their actual product and service?
They're just creating some of these, right? And again, think about it. In any business, like the one Casey was talking about with his friend that's made billions, they launch a product, they iterate on that product, they make it better. That's what iteration means for those of you that are not software programmers. We iterate from like Windows 1 to Windows 10. Micah is literally iterating how to get more investors in there. That's all he's doing.
My absolute favorite comment just came from the chat. Danny wins. Does the release of this video, we're going to release this video tomorrow, mean that the 3 of us have ended our quiet period?
Yeah. No, well, I think.
Don't you remember
the quiet period miracle? Right.
That's right. Stop struggling. I'm gonna unmute you. Struggling. You raise your hand. You're welcome to join the chat at any time. This is you. Come on. I don't know how to do that. Stop struggling. I want to unmute you. He's raised his hand. Okay. So yeah, let's continue, Casey. Wait,
bottom line, Casey's point is so true. They have nothing.
Okay, Eric Boyd is on now from Stop Struggling now. I don't think he has the ability to run his camera, but I think we can hear you, Eric. You there?
What's going on, gentlemen?
That is Eric Boyd from Stop Struggling now.
No.
Fuck, Eric be legendary. So Eric's been listening. Eric, you got it. So Eric, let me give those of you that are here. Eric, I gave this in the beginning for everyone. So before I introduce you, I have to give this. You were, and well, you still are an investor in Boogie Gopher Club. You have a very successful YouTube channel, more successful than mine. Sorry, you've been around for longer. You have a very successful YouTube channel, and you have been tracing the history of these toys. I've been tracing the present. You've been tracing the history. So if you'd like to share some stuff before we get back, please Please.
Oh man, it's a pleasure to join you guys because let's just call it what it is. The cult. You know, I wish, in fact, I'm just gonna blurt out some names myself.
Please, we have nothing to hide here.
I got no love for any of these guys. Micah, Akon, Ray, Melon, all of them. Because they all know this is BS. They know it. They're sitting over there in Cyprus scamming people to sign up more people to send in 10,000, 25,000 and more. And they know it's BS. They know they've never seen a POS system. They know they've never seen an ATM machine. They know there is no miracle installment. There is no miracle deal. They know blockchain. They know all of this is non-existent. And yet here we are 2 years later, and they're still acting like they're doing so.
But
Eric, remember, Eric, their sales team gets to chase around spoons for a table for $200 that Hakan so graciously gave them.
Exactly. These guys are clowns. They don't know anything. Without the likes of Oscar or anyone else, they would not be able to perpetrate anything because they need these people that can go in there and for 2 months or 3 months, they lie to them and then the people figure out that it's all BS and then they leave. And so they have to keep redoing their scam every year because people left last year, now people left this year, and now they have somebody making AI videos to act like they're doing something again.
Using assets that Oscar made. Oscar, most of those assets that were unique to them are yours, correct?
So some of the videos still use mine, but I don't know if you guys noticed on that last video, there's still a green background around this Bitcoin that they placed up there, which means they're just buying standard stock images.
What are you talking about? Literally, they said convertible, and it showed a convertible.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just stupid, right? They had a great team before I got in that was actually doing more professional videos than what they've seen in 2023. But those guys left them when they couldn't be proven that what Micah said, Hakan said.
Hey, I want to continue, but we have a question from the chat, and I want to respect the chat because we're answering questions here. Will the SEC, I have my feelings on this, will the SEC allow them to have these products in their NASDAQ company? For example, will they allow unregistered security like Fennec token apparently to decentralize, or this cause additional delays to investors? Do they know the launch of the token would delay everything? In my opinion, and Casey's opinion, I believe even, I'm going to let everyone else talk. Eric, you joined us to something else, didn't you? I got your forehead in there.
You can see me a little bit.
Yes, but I gotta move that into the chat, into the thing. I believe, and Casey believes, and we've heard that they're just going to lie to the SEC. They're just going to lie about their assets and everything.
So I got a couple of things to say about this. One, I don't know that the technical answer to your question, will the SEC allow that? I don't know. I don't know the technical answer to that, but I can tell you one thing. You say you have your questions, will that delay allowing you to sell shares? And the fact is, they're not going to let people sell shares. They're not going to allow you to have your token and sell your token. They're not going to allow you to have shares that you share. They're going to give investors private shares in a public company. However that works, I know one thing: you're not going to be able to.
I'm not going to lie. This thumbnail we have right here with the four of us is going to make Micah literally shit himself because the four of us have never been on the same call before. I just want to make very clear.
Danny, they're not going to allow you to sell their shares. That's the
because
bottom
there
line.
aren't shares. There are no shares. There is no coin.
Well, there's a company. There's a public company they bought, right? And they are setting it up so there are going to be A shares and B shares. The important people are going to be the people who can sell shares. It's going to be Hakan, his wife, and Mika, and whoever else. Is 6 people. And the rest of everybody else is the B shares or the B class or whatever they're going to call it. And you're not going to be allowed to sell anything. Your shares will not be publicly traded in a publicly traded company. Same thing with the Phoenix token. The Phoenix token, if it does exist, it's about as legitimate as the BS Phoenix token that I created. I created a Phoenix token. It took me about 6 hours to figure out how to transfer money using crypto because I don't know much about crypto. But once I got the money into the account, it took me about 2 minutes to create my own Phoenix token. And it's on the Ethereum chain. It's a very easy thing to do, but you can set it up, all these rules where you can create a token, what you can allow people to do. They're not going to allow it to people. They're not going to give you the keys to your token, and they're not going to allow you to sell it.
Again, I'm just bringing in the chat. Christian said, and Oscar, this is a call out right to you. Christian said in the chat, a year later, I'm still waiting to receive my NFT, whatever the fuck that means. They sold me an NFT without having an NFT to sell. Garbage scam. People are waking up. I think that's the important thing to understand, is that people are waking up. But Oscar, you're in that same thing. I mean, on this call yesterday, I don't want to blow up anybody, so I lowered the quality on the recording so you can't see the chat. But people were asking, hey, when are we going to be able to sell the token? When are we going to do this? I was told we were going to have a good Christmas. The people are waking up, and that's why they're fearing us right now. Because you've got the four horsemen of their apocalypse right here sitting on the stamp screen.
Well, let's answer something really clear here. The NFT, the reason why you didn't get an NFT that can be transferred over to your MetaMask wallet is because they never minted these NFTs, other than the ones on OpenSea. Tobin brought up that good scenario. In the beginning, people had contracts. We know of, both Eric and I have received contracts from people that from their Spain NFT or whatever NFT, they stopped doing that. So think about what they do. They realize that anything that they sign can be used against them in court of law. So they stopped sending contracts to people that they can use against them in a court of law. Other than my contract, as a contractor, I had a contract that literally stated that they were going to pay me by these NFTs that are supposedly worth $1 million, because I was supposed to get $1 million for all my software. Now, when they paid me with a fraudulent NFT, they violated the law. When they sold you a fraudulent NFT, they violated the law. When they couldn't mint those NFTs, they violated the law. Oh, there's my confetti there. So you have all these things where they're violating the law. This is what Micah does. Hey, violation of the laws, right? So Micah just then pivots to no contract, no NFTs, and in fact, they're not NFTs anymore. They're stock bundles. They're not stock bundles. They're NASDAQ filing tokens. They're not NASDAQ filing tokens. They're Class B tokens. So what he's doing is converting your asset without your permission, without your say, which is fraud. Now, that is my opinion. I'm going to try to prove that in a court of law of how many statements he stated at the time were fraud. And they're still fraud as of today, but later on doesn't matter. It's what he's already done. That's what matters.
Eric's got something to say. I see Eric's face. I see Eric's face on the top.
Yeah, because the bottom line of the story is these guys are operating without any licensing whatsoever in any jurisdiction and accepting money from Canadians, United States citizens, Australian citizens, UK citizens. You can need licensing in all these places. And I'm with KC on this. Coming up, the first quarter for their Mediterra BS, they have to file. And therefore, in the next 2 months and about a half, where their deadline comes up for that first quarter filing, this will be very interesting because they can't put down assets because they're going to say, where did this money come from? And they're going to say, well,
no. Roland Partners is going to actually do their paperwork.
They're going to allow.
Young.
Well, he's already said what they're going to do. They're going to take the value of their Phoenix token, which is not traded openly, and they're going to take the value of that. He said, we're going to start with a small number, and then we're going to increase it over time because we can't just come on the scene as a new company with billions of dollars. So we're going to start with a small number, and we're just going to make some shit up, and then we're going to increase the value of it. So they're just going to they're just going to go out and say, okay, here's the value of our own token that nobody can trade, and make it up. And they've got a professor at Marmot University who's going to do that. And
who has a backdoor to Rodel and Partners, who to give their DCA, and that's going to be he's a board member, so Ernst & Young doesn't matter. Look, let's put it like this. I guarantee you, if we were to send these videos to Rodel and Partners, they'd back the fuck away from this entire thing.
Oh, absolutely, guys.
Because I've reached out to Lloyd's of London. They said they have no clue who these fuckers are. I reached out to Ernst & Young. They said they have no clue who these fuckers are.
Yeah.
And just because you signed an NDA with any, I have NDAs with some really powerful companies. I can't say they're my partners. An NDA is just a non-disclosure of what we're talking about. Right. You need an MOU, a memorandum of understanding. You need an LOI, a letter of intent before the MOU, and then you need the agreement. There's 3 steps you take after the NDA. Guys, this is just general business. But if you're not willing to learn what general business is, like these guys couldn't tell me when I got there what their LTV is. They don't even know what the acronym is. Lifetime value of your customer. They didn't.
What about their CAC? Well, they don't have
CAC,
customers.
customer acquisition cost. They don't even know that. They don't even know. These guys are so stupid. They make up shit. They stare at you and go, what do you think it should be, Oscar? And I tell them how stupid their suggestions are. Now, obviously, that doesn't make me a good employee, right? I'm the guy that tells you if your idea sounds stupid, I tell you it's stupid. And then I fix you. I say, why don't we look at this example? For instance, FTX, they're following the FTX scam scenario, but FTX still had revenue. Yes, FTX scammed people because they were using customers' funds for trading over here. What do you think Hakam's going to do? He has no morals. He has no nothing. This guy's been in jail, has been prosecuted more times than most people. He's been adjudicated and convicted. And yet, people are going to say, he's going to do the right thing. He's not going to do the right thing. He's just going to live his lifestyle from your money the way he lived his life.
I mean, the Christmas, Oscar, the Christmas party, I want to get back to the video. The Christmas party was very telling of that. Eric, I don't mean any racism whatsoever, but you noticed there was a difference between the white Christmas party and the black Christmas party, wasn't there?
That's what it was. That's what it was.
Yeah. The black people who were helping him take the money in had chased around a table for spoons, and the white people were eating filet mignon while they were doing belly dancing.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. I took offense to that.
I take offense to that, right? The guys making you money, you make them run around for a spoon, they make you money.
We've had a lot of ex-employees, actually some current employees, reach out to us as well. We're respecting their wishes to not publish anything that they've asked us not to at this point. But we've had quite a few people anonymously reach out.
Like we said earlier, how we got into the Miracle POS software and found that was a presentation that was unearthed. That was a public presentation by an ex-employee.
Correct.
But we have former executives, supposedly executives, that are reaching out and saying, listen, just don't mention me, but this is what I see. And it was similar to what I seen. And literally what we came up is that within 2 to 3 months, when we all asked for proof of what they really had, although the promises of we already have an exchange, it's already successful. We already have revenue coming in from the retail stores. It's already successful. POS is already out there. It's already successful. When we asked for proof of that, it didn't come in. Then you have people that with credibility leave the company faster than you can spin a top. It's just sick.
It's 2 to 3 months. That's it.
Usually. 2 to 3 months, and you realize you've been scammed. Look at all the people Christmas scam. 30 times.
Everybody's getting rich by Christmas, right?
Millionaires by Christmas.
I've heard that 4 times in 4 different scams. And you know what? At least Oscar, I have a question for you. And I've never asked any people, and this question. One of the scams I've dealt with before was kind of a real estate scam. And it told people to take equity out of their house to invest in the scam. Have you heard anything like that going on with these
statements where people should literally, give everything they have because they're going to be millionaires by Christmas? The fear that he talks about, he uses as fear.
No. We are fear. They are faith.
Well, yeah, but look, Micah is doing, guys, those of you that have invested into it, just think about it. But logical. Has he said, get in now before the price goes up? Yes.
Oh!
Fraudulent inducement. That's called fraudulent inducement. He says, get involved before it goes up of something that's fake. Fraudulent inducement. Remember these legal terms, guys, because when you want to sue, that's what you tell.
Hello!
That's what you tell your attorneys. Fraudulent inducement.
just to fill everyone in, me and Oscar figured it out. Oscar's got some random FaceTime crap running on his iPhone. Casey.
Fraudulent inducement goes. It's when I do a couple of see. Gotta love Apple. Steve Jobs did that one, not Micah.
Hey! I want to know about this fraudulent inducement. Does that sound like we ordered 10,000 point of sale systems?
20,000, Eric. 20,000.
Yeah.
20,000.
20,000.
It was 10,000 for Spain and 10,000 for Germany, right? What happened to all those point of sale systems? He told everybody that shipping next week. That was 2 years ago. Where are these point of sale systems?
Just remember, POS means point of sale, also a piece of shit. ATM means automated teller machine, and also means exactly what happens is ass to mouth. Hakan, basically.
But even if one of these companies works, right? They've got all these different things that they're just throwing anything against the wall. What's to prevent them from just keeping the money, right? You think they're going to actually send out the money to NFT holders and crypto holders, or are they going to live their lifestyle? Is it buy a new car or
wait! You don't mean that Hakan personally funded that lavish Christmas party that had Miracle all over and deadly dancers? You think that was funded with investors' money, Casey? What are you talking about?
I've taken on investors before in different business projects, and you don't spend your investors' money. You spend the profit that you make after you've made money with your investors' money. They've said several times, we don't have revenue. So they're spending your money.
And they promise to buy back coins with profit, not with revenue. If there's never a profit, guess what? The coins never buy back. The investors go away. They own a bunch of properties in Cyprus. They close down their stores, and then they live a lifestyle in their own personal little hotel that was paid for by their investors. Let's be honest.
And guys, for you investors watching this, and I'm sorry, you have to educate yourself. What Casey just said is the quintessential thing. You don't live. This is what Silicon Valley has fought in the 90s. People would get investment, buy Lamborghinis, have their lifestyle, but not build a business. When you build a business and you get revenue off the products and services you make, and you pay back investors, that's what a business is. Not you bring in new investors and you pay back old investors, or not that you use the investors' money for your lifestyle. Paying yourself a salary, a decent salary is okay, but not all of this crap here that we haven't seen in 3 years, according to Micah. No revenue to speak of. It's sad.
I mean, they just yesterday broadcasted a football team. Casey, let's go to one of those other shorter clips. So we got all four of us commenting on that. If you can find, we already watched one of them. Let's watch one of the other ones. Let's watch Miracle Pay with installments. That was a big pitch that was given. I want to let people know beforehand what that was. They said, and anybody here is welcome to correct. Pause for a second, Casey, before we get going. They said that Miracle Pay with installments was going to be backed by Vodafone. But then they backed up and they said, one Vodafone dealer in Turkey. That was the original thing. But I love the first screen of this. It says ESG, which is environmental and social goals, which for some reason is there for Miracle Pay and installments. That's why people are saying like companies are going woke so far. So let's listen to this one. This is a big thing. They said, you remember, they said they're going to make $200 million a year, $200 million a month, just by doing this in Europe.
Part 1, understanding the landscape. Before delving into Miracle with installments, it's crucial to grasp the dynamics of consumer credit and data analysis within any financial market. Consumer loan, credit card, and mortgage products collectively form the landscape of financial markets, each carrying distinct risks. Traditional data analysis by banks primarily revolves around financial market-generated data, but institutions vary in risk appetite, leading to diverse decision-making processes. Miracle with installments, unlike traditional approaches, is a direct-to-consumer microcredit product with a maximum limit of $3,000 determined by the coverage obtained from insurers. The decision to choose Miracle with installments over traditional banks often stems from consumers who may not qualify for conventional credit. For instance, in Turkey, microcredit approval rates hover around 22-23%, with a non-performing loan (NPL) level of 4-5%. Miracle with Installments employs a blended scorecard methodology, incorporating both positive and negative data, transcending traditional scoring practices. The underlying scoring principle aligns with the blended scorecast theory developed by credit scoring expert Paul Randall. This approach considers diverse data sources such as financial institution data, county court judgments, car insurance, and health insurance.
Wait, pause for a second. They're saying if you have car insurance, you're going to qualify for Miracle Pay with Installments. What is this shit?
This is sad.
This is real. This is on their page.
And think about this. This is micro lending to minorities because they're the ones that need it, right? The unbanked, so to speak. They're the ones that need it. China went.
And I mean, that's what Eric's channel is all about. Eric, I mean, you are trying to help people that are unbanked be financially successful. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's what it's like. That's why it's called Stop Struggling Now, to help people who may not have the necessary funds traditionally and have the monies and everything to get to a traditional financing.
But I swear to you, and I think Casey remembers this, and you remember this for sure, Eric. You know, he said this was going to be a $200 million business. Just this microtransaction. We'll play it out. So
Everything was based on this. When I 3 months ago, it was all about this, right? It was we're going to get in all these stores, 4,000 Vodafone stores. What happened to that?
It was a lie.
Valuation. Miracle with Installments facilitates user access through various channels, including the web page, app, and partnering merchants. Merchants play a pivotal role in driving the product by offering Miracle with Installments to consumers seeking flexible payment options, a distinctive service not widely available in the market. Part 2, the integration. In establishing Miracle.
Wait, are those tarot cards? Should they really put tarot?
Yeah.
Go back a few seconds. Are they
Genius marketing company. Genius marketing company.
I believe the name of the this is M&C Saatchi. I had to look it up. There's no way M&C Saatchi touched this shit.
Establishing Miracle with Installments in any country, data acquisition is fundamental. The company registers with the local credit bureau, utilizing their data to enrich the Miracle score without directly adopting their scoring system. A critical component of Miracle with Installments is the legal framework, embodied in a purchase agreement between Miracle and the consumer. This agreement is insured by a consumer credit insurance company, providing coverage that can be assigned to financial institutions for funding. The funding aspect involves turning insured receivables into fiat or cryptocurrency. Financial institutions are incentivized to participate as they gain access to insured receivables, a cost-effective means of generating APR revenue. Managing non-performing loans, NPL, involves selling the NPL pool to an asset management company or employing penalty clauses, lawyer fees, and additional charges to recover funds, mitigating losses. Miracle with Installments not only offers a unique financial product, but also showcases a holistic business model that integrates data, legal frameworks, and risk management strategies to ensure sustainability and success in diverse financial markets.
Okay.
Could you imagine?
Wait, is that an advertisement that you give to the consumer to show them how you're going to bundle their debt and sell it to a bank and do that? That's like, who's that for? Like, did they just read an article and then submit that?
I know. Oscar and Eric are saying that for the first time, I believe.
Yes.
That's some Chat GPT generated bullshit.
Yes.
But that's not really an ad you give to the consumer nor to an investor. It's just like an article that explains how that industry might work.
Yeah.
Explain how credit lending works in less than 2 paragraphs. ChatGPT, go.
But literally, Casey, you're so right. That is more for the current investors to appease them, not for customer acquisition. You don't have to product a video like that for customer acquisition.
That is to make investors think that it's real.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's all it is.
They have an advertisement. It must be real. But like, who in the world would that be
All right, Casey, we got to do one more. Do the last one. I want to show these things that they're using to say they're real. That's why I want to show these.
Okay, which one?
The last one, whatever it was, the one we haven't watched yet.
It's just more smoke and mirrors.
It is more smoke and mirrors, but these are the smoke and mirrors that people that are watching this may believe in. You know what I mean?
Welcome to Miracle Pay. Miracle Pay stands as a revolutionary crypto payment gateway designed to address the evolving landscape of transactions, shifting towards blockchain. In a world where over 90% of e-commerce transactions...
Wait, hold on, pause for a minute. What the hell are those devices they're using?
And the
Shouldn't that
ability
be like iPhones and iPads? What is that? Those are like no-name tablets. You know, I like to say, here's a fun thing in the movies. So I don't know if you know this. In the movies, if you ever watch a movie that's like, there's a bad guy, he's not allowed to use an iPhone. So like, for example, if you watch the Glass Onion, what was that movie called? The Knives Out. Remember Knives Out?
Yep,
The bad guy in Knives Out was using an Android phone. You know, they were never allowed to use an iPhone in Knives Out. It's kind of weird. You won't see an iPhone here. But let's learn about purchasing. Now, Oscar, I want to be very clear. Casey, rewind it back to the beginning, because we're going to let this play through, and I want Oscar to speak to it, because Oscar, this is a product you very much worked on, correct? Right. If not, that's your actual. Is that your actual Photoshop? That's too shitty to be yours. I'm sorry.
No, that was an art. They already have that one. Yeah, you're right. When it's too shitty, I didn't touch it.
But I want this to play out, and then I want Oscar, because that is the thing you touched the most, correct? It's right. Miracle Pay is when you were at the company. Miracle Pay and the notes are the things you touched the most. So let's play it out.
Boogie and the notes, right?
I want to play this out and let Oscar talk, because I think they need to hear it from the horse's mouth. Yeah. You're not a horse.
Welcome to Miracle Pay. Miracle Pay stands as a revolutionary crypto payment gateway designed to address the evolving landscape of transactions, shifting towards blockchain. In a world where over 90% of e-commerce transactions occur through credit and debit cards, there's a growing consumer demand for the ability to purchase goods using cryptocurrencies. However, the challenge for e-commerce sites lies in managing various cryptocurrency wallets and integrating them seamlessly into their accounting processes. Key features. 1. Unified.
So let's make sure we're clear here on this subject. Miracle Pay and using a diverse cryptocurrency landscape. There's a wallet called Exodus. It's free. Every merchant can just download it and accept crypto and literally swap the crypto they have into USDT. Plus, their Miracle Pay by someone who witnessed this, by themselves, a former executive said Miracle Pay for them is an accounting person called Julia, where the merchant calls them up and says, I just sold a car, they paid in Bitcoin, please take my Bitcoin and turn it into cash. The merchant calls the supervisor, manual labor, then calls Julia, the accountant. Julia then goes into Kraken or wherever they have Fireblocks and swaps that on another exchange that has liquidity, not Miracle Exchange. They don't even have a liquidity engine.
Wait, no, is this not their partner Coinbase?
So apparently according to them, but literally think about it, guys. You now have two manual processes, then you transfer it into liquidity, and then you have to wire the money to yourself. Miracle does that, and then they wire the money to the merchant. That means there's 7 steps that could go wrong because you don't automate the entire process. This is the exact opposite of automation.
So the people that don't know you, Oscar, why in the world would you know any of this stuff?
Guys, I've built fintech products, worked with Fireblocks for over 3 years, have gotten awards at the Vatican for a financial technology product, has done a TED Talk on financial inclusion, working with financial products, and I used to be a former vice president of a merchant service company.
But it's not like you worked there. It's not like you worked there or something.
Right. And I heard that Miracle.
We're in Cyprus.
I was in Cyprus for months and literally getting disgusted the longer I was there because nothing got done. I literally had a meeting with Hakan for maybe 20 minutes, and then everyone went to do something different, and 70% to 80% of everything I've seen was soccer. Let me say that again. It wasn't exchange. It wasn't crypto. It was I seen meetings with Hakan. 80% of the time was all about soccer and not Miracle. What he asked during our meetings is how many sales are coming in. And then he went to do soccer meetings. Why?
Sales of NFTs.
Sales of NFTs or whatever. He always
Sonic token or whatever.
Whatever the sale, Hakan would freak the hell out when sales would drop to nothing, and then say, "What's it going to take for us to do this?" I'm like, "Do the right thing. Launch your product. Show customers. Show revenue. Show the facts that you're moving forward, and then revenue come in." Or they invented a product. They invented.
So Oscar, question from the chat. I want to do that. Is anything that you saw when your time in Cyprus? I already know the answer, but I want you to say it because you were there and we weren't. Does anything relate to peer-to-peer technology?
No.
Or any?
They want to instill themselves as the middleman and become the controller of money. And guys, if you give these guys $1 billion, they will literally scam you from $1 billion. I mean, if FTX literally did a multi-billion-dollar scam, what do you think an ex-ATM scammer, an ex-imprisoned, for crimes, gambling crimes is going to do when the past 30 years that we've researched Hakan has been scamming investors. He has no ability to run a legitimate company that takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of time, and takes a lot of focus. Casey said it right. There is no company. Google, they did one thing right, and then they diversified after they made billions. Amazon, one thing right, then they made billions. Netflix, one thing right, then they made billions. These guys are saying, we're going to do 30 things. It is the most stupid argument you can make in business. That's why they don't have legitimate investors. Legitimate investors would not invest with Miracle because of all the red flags that we're pointing out to you guys.
And I'll give a funny invite. Oh, sorry. Okay, I will let you talk. No, I just want to give an invite to people. If you know any of these people that are running this or believe this personally, please invite them to this Zoom. Oscar's if Hakan were to jump in here right now, we know he's not going to. Oscar's the only one that has to shut up. The rest of us can ask Hakan questions directly, or Micah, or anyone like that. I want to invite anybody in the chat, but go ahead. I will let you go. Stop going. There's all the people in the chat now.
Yeah, Oscar, this is the thing that irritates me. They just throw up this Miracle Pay, and Miracle Pay is supposed to be an exchange. I don't know. I came in late. Oscar, please explain to them what their exchange was doing. Give them an idea of this BS exchange. There is no Miracle Pay. Tell them the transaction. Can
I literally outlined it a couple of moments ago. It's human beings. Like I said, literally a merchant will go on Miracle Exchange and literally start promoting or start calling a supervisor to say, please exchange my Bitcoin. And then another person, Julia, the accountant that sits right next to Hakan, that is as close to a CFO as I ever seen. It's Hakan and his minions, right? He has 2 or 3 of them. Then it's Micah and all his minions, where he has more people than Hakan does. If you have more people going after investors than you do people going after customers, that's a red flag. So you got Julia that literally has to manually liquidate and then manually wire to their accounts, to manually wire to the merchants. That is not a POS system. That is literally just human beings.
So on that, someone in the chat has a question, and I know Oscar's the right guy to field this because you made the graphic. What about the Switch?
Oh my God, my friend, literally Micah acknowledged in December, and this is a video that Eric at Stop Struggling Now, promoted, where Micah, and I'll actually know plans as well, said there is no Switch, they're using fire blocks. Now, I've been saying this for the longest. Hakan got me and Micah got me because they said, we have something that no other exchange has, a Switch. Well, anyone that Fireblocks services, and Fireblocks is the second biggest company for crypto wallets. That means more than 50% of exchanges are using Fireblocks. So according to Hakan, if Fireblocks is their Switch, and this is a technology that no other exchange has, then he's lying. 50% of all the exchanges have a Switch through Fireblocks. So that's a lie. The exchange the Switch was never theirs. It was always Fireblocks. That's equal to me getting serviced by Google and then saying that
Right.
I own
And
everything
Google and Danny's just asking the time. Fireblocks, I already know the answer to this. I want to ask because you would know.
partner. They're just a client. You pay them $75,000 a year, and you can be a client of Fireblocks also. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Does that
So I
make
mean,
sense? So basically, when Hakan and Micah said we have this technology that nobody else has, it's a lie. I'm proving that in court. It's a lie. They are using other companies' technology that they just rent. They didn't build anything unique. The only thing unique that they have is Micah and Cashflow NFT grabbing investors' money. That's what they have.
Basically, every time they say they partner with somebody, it's basically they bought that. Partner with IBM. We bought some IBM software. We partner with
It made it look like they had their own switch, but they don't. I'm telling you right now, I have proof and facts that I'm putting in court that shows they didn't own a switch, and Micah admitted it in December, and Fireblocks switch.
So Danny asked a question about scams that Mika has been involved in, and if you go back, we went back on the CWS channel. These are all things that, with about 20 minutes of searching, I'm sure you can find more. All deals that Mika was involved in that turned out to be scams. Hyperfund, Ether Connect, Solar Oil Project, Miracle Estates. You know, we're talking about Miracle Cash more now. Novatad, the real estate thing. What happened to the real estate piece of Miracle Cash more, or the real estate NFTs, right? OneCoin, all deals that I mean, just as Denny pointed out in her question there, he's got a long history of this.
He does, and look, the funny part of it is he claims that this DSF, this piece of paper done by a Turkish professor, which
DCF, discounted cash flow,
right, model. Literally, guys, if I, a lonely little Mexican, right, remember Micah called me and my program was Mexican, which I am, but again, you give a Mexican a hammer and a screwdriver, I'll build you a house. But this little Mexican, I don't have a PhD in mathematics, but I have Excel spreadsheets. I put their numbers that their professor gave for them to launch their Phoenix coin in early October, and I showed them how their professor was full of shit. And if I could do that, imagine how the DSF is full with a lot of fraudulent claims. And remember, most of these companies take what the companies give them as proof. Hence, Donald Trump is going through that right now. If you fraudulently inflate your real estate and you give these numbers to an accounting company, they'll stamp it because they're relying on your proof. That's the same thing that's going on now. And if Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump are losing hundreds of millions of dollars for that, what do you think is going to happen with that?
No, and I think that's the truth. Is like let's talk. You know, realistically, there's two end games. Either a significant amount of new people invest, and the old investors it's got to be an amount that's like 50 times the original amount that went to the company, or everyone runs up to Dubai.
I like it. Let's talk about the first thing.
Running off Dubai and staying in Cyprus. They're going to be limited to where they can go. That's what it is.
I mean, I guarantee you the June event is not going to happen. I think that's very clear. I think all four of us very clearly say that June event might happen. Hey, you know, Ray shows up later in that video.
We need it to happen. Remember, I got a lawsuit. I need it to happen. So don't be throwing salt to the June event. I got some plans on that. But look,
I mean, Oscar, I think if they invited you on stage in the June event, you'd say you were a moron.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take that offer. Let me get on stage and say that I was wrong, because I have apparently 600,000 Phoenix tokens, right? That's in my back office, apparently.
Nobody has any Phoenix tokens.
Exactly.
Their numbers on the screen.
It's the same thing with NFTs. But let's go back to what Casey just said, or someone just brought it. Well, actually, no offense, just said it. 2 things are going to happen, guys. Literally, do the math. They need to raise 5 times the amount of money they've already raised. So if they raise, let's say, 30 million, they have to raise 150 million to make their promises semi-true to the past investors. 150 million. That money will only come from institutional investors. Now, unless Micah wants to do another OneCoin, institutional investors will look at them. If they're doing good revenue and they prove their model, they might do it. But if they cannot prove their revenue, there is no value in a company. You have to show your revenue. MRR.
Wait. What about the DCF? Discounted cash?
Because I was told I'm able to take my shares and leverage them to get a loan and be rich by Christmas. And I heard that every bank in the world is going to recognize that as a valid asset.
I will make you a piece of paper. I will make you a deal how much that flies, right?
Just going to accept it.
Okay.
But which, by the way, guess who owns the copyright on the Phoenix token symbol? Phoenix
It's Casey Jackson.
It's me. These guys don't have trademarks or copyrights on anything. They haven't even applied for anything. You can go do searches. I applied for all of them. So, I mean,
that is so stupid. That was $400, and literally one day that you could have done what he did. But literally, that's real business compared to fraud.
Right.
My opinion. I have to say that. In my opinion.
I mean, there is no there. I am saying this as a journalist. You know, I have to give the facts to the best of my ability. And I have asked Micah multiple times, what blockchain is Fennec token on? You know, I think here's an important thing we've got to talk about. They're saying that Fennec is a utility token. Now, BNB is a utility token because it pays the gas fees because Binance has its own blockchain. I think that this entire thing falls apart if there's no blockchain.
Legally, it does. Legally, it does. Yeah, legally, it does. And legally is the only thing that matters to me because unlike most of these NFT investors, I have a contract. You guys don't. But because you send them the money and you send it to who? Micah.
Personally.
Yeah.
So that's wire fraud. Let's not.
That's wire fraud. No, it is. It's wire fraud. It's money laundering, right? International wire fraud. That's what Micah's looking at.
But don't worry. I have a feeling that Ebrew is going to come to the U.S. in like 2 months to ring the opening bell of the stock market because Mediterra is just going to be so successful. Oh, wait. Ebrew can't come to the U.S., can she? She can't get a visa to the U.S., can she? The CEO of a NASDAQ-traded company can't get a visa to come to the U.S. Think about that for a minute. I'm not saying you, I'm not saying Casey, saying, think about that for a minute.
Right. Wow.
Casey's got something. Oh, we're going to talk about offense.
So, you know, these guys talk about the app that they have, and early on we found this about Miracle Cash. If they have this activity license, you can see it. This is here. This is the Google Play Store, the actual Google Play Store, their app. Their app was removed from the Apple Store. But if you go here, this EU regulated financial institution, Finance OU, that is owned by Miracle Cash.
And I just want to be very clear. We've seen that on the wall in their Cyprus headquarters before.
Right.
That's an important thing. So they want to
the two companies are very closely linked. You can see Finance, it links to. You go to ofinance.com, that goes to miraclecash.com. All of this stuff, they're very closely tied together. But if you look at their app, their license, they've been trading around. They haven't talked about licensing until I brought this up, right? It's 3 months ago, they weren't licensing wasn't an issue. But of course, if we go and we look this up, this license number, and if you go to the Estonian Money Laundering Bureau, we'll go there. You can do this, by the way. A lot of this stuff Turkish. In Google Chrome, you can right-click, go translate to English. You can do that on any page. So when you see links to these Turkish things, it's one of the things they take advantage of is that people don't. They're dealing with stuff in a different language. So a lot of the stuff about the con.
Yeah, they're dealing with a different place of action sense and stuff. I mean, that's the important thing. When you're doing these scans, you can people to understand.
Right. So 11/11/2021, they lost their license by these guys.
And I think the important other factor is that right now all of the European stores are being done through a third-party license. In Turkey, and in northern Cyprus, they're saying they don't need a license. But the European stores,
And they don't have, you know, it's the con 2022 talking about getting their FCA license. That's licensed to do business in the UK. These licenses, I'll put example more about this. They're not that hard to get, right? But they never talk about licensing until we expose them. And then all of a sudden, it's license. Not that big on January 3rd. We talked for about 40 minutes about licenses. Like, again, we expose them, hey, this is all bullshit. They go, oh, okay, now they're scrambling.
yeah, and we expose them notice to nothing. So now they're building a DeFi game, and they're shipping on the fact that you need KYC. Now, but don't you remember they like 2 months ago asked for everybody's social security number and everything like that? Like 2 months ago, they asked for driver's license, social security numbers. I really think things are going to go. You guys are going to say I'm crazy. I want to say this in a silo on my own. I think the money has dried up, and they are going to start stealing from people's credit because they need more money.
It's terrifying to me that people are giving them their driver's license, their social security number, their date of birth. You're giving them all this information. Plus, they have your username and password that you use because you've got 4 different websites to log into: miraclenode.com, you've got Cashflow.nft.net.
And most people are using that same username and password for their bank. Let's be honest.
Wait, they probably haven't thought about this. Oh wait, yeah, I'm sure they have. But they have all this information about you, including your passwords. You're just giving them all this stuff right after it. And I have done it too. No one could see how does their exchange work, and I give them I do monitoring all 3 credit bureaus, the whole thing. I've got a bunch of online services like my identity. And I got a month later notification that a picture of my driver's license was on the dark web. Unbelievable. But people should be terrified to be giving these guys their information because
Let me address that. Look, guys, I was a part owner of a company that went through fraud. I actually had to turn in my past partner because he literally brought in a Ponzi scheme into our business batch and literally defrauded people out of $50 million. He was the what do they call it? The mule in money laundering because he was an insider. He was an executive for a company, had access to the money, was able to ship it out. What do you think the mule is here? Micah.
You might be not that keen on what's going on. Some people need to be a little more keen on who the mule is. I don't know if anybody understands what I'm saying, but you got to be a little more keen on who's actually running the money around here. You just have to be really keen on what's actually going on here and who's running keen on the American factors. I think you're already Oscar. It's better that you don't respond, but the other 2 people here are very keen on what I'm saying.
That's right.
I have to hold on that one. But think about it, guys. If I had to shut down a company for that, I reported it, my own company, as a suspicious activity report. These are facts. This is in a court case, so I can only state facts of what I settled. Well, that was with the SEC. This is a different one, right? On this one, I'm suing for $6 million because of the fraud. So if you can't justify why you took in money and what did you do with that money, that's a very red flag, right? If you're using other people to take in money and then send you money, you are literally making those people a mule for money laundering. in any business, for instance, our bank accounts, we ran 100 million plus through our bank accounts. We had to literally account for every penny. And when you can't, that is when fraud really comes in, right? The regulators are looking into stuff like that. That other company was shut down. The company, the Ponzi scheme that came into our system was shut down. So think about it. I was able to shut down a $15 million plus company with just legal and lawsuits and filing this against the SEC. What do you think I don't want this to shut down. I want them to oblige by the contracts, oblige by what they say they do the right thing, and not.
And you had a birthday party.
Right, and then everybody could be happy. The problem is they're not fixing what they're doing. They're now doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on the same activities they've done a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So yeah.
And I think that's the important thing is now, I think, whether you guys have been keeping up or not, because I've been keeping up the last week while I've been traveling, now they are pivoting everything to DeFi. They're pivoting everything to no KYC, let's do total DeFi, none of this matters. And remember, we were going to be legit at the time. Now we're going to be the only DeFi leverage trading app. They have Sigma mock-ups of their DeFi and everything like that. I mean,
hey, no offense, everybody. Look, we overlooked the initial situation. When the Aquanauts stayed from the beginning, they knew it. When they're asking people in 2022 and 2023 to invest in the business, whatever model they're going after, they knew from the get-go it was not legit. So that's the whole problem in the first place, that people forget. Aquanauts wasn't real. The app's not real. Nothing they're doing is real. It's all fake smoke. Nothing.
And they would talk about these big things like there's like badass and we're doing a Times Square takeover, right? Times Square takeover. Like we are over the top. Listen, I went back here. I downloaded the Telegram channel. We recreated on our website, miraclecashfacts.com. If you go back, there was people shooting videos so excited, going all the way across New York City.
That's how I found it. It was Hebrew on the Times Square billboard for either of the days.
Times Square was right next to it.
They're going. People are taking their kids, going on the subway, going across town, so excited to see this big Times Square takeover. It's going to be Miracle Cash everywhere. And what did you get? Here it is. You got some kids in there. It's $40. For $40, you can get a 15-second ad.
It's Hebrew.
And that's it. It doesn't even say Miracle Cash. It just says featuring Hebrew Toy in 15 seconds. And this is the entire video.
And then some hood rats come up after that.
Like some kids in there, some kids making a music video in their living room right after that. Right? I mean, you've got all these people, and if you go back on the CWS channel and look at their communications.
No, scroll up a little bit. That's what got me in. That picture right there, Hebrew Toy taking up Times Square, is what got me interested in this whole scam. Because someone I busted a $13 million scam down to zero without any government intervention, just by telling the truth. And they tried to relaunch 5 or 6 times. And this guy came from the dead and said he's got a new project that he wishes that's what his project could have been, and it's going to be NASDAQ traded and everything. That's how I got into this.
Right. And so then you've got all these people on the Telegram channel going, where is it? What happened? Oh, here's Anthony. Here's our buddy Anthony Glassman. Delete her. Anybody says anything negative about what's going on, I mean, what happened here? This is BS. Delete them. Remove them.
No, that's important. Grow up a little bit. If she doesn't comply with her invitee's name, she will be banished. Okay? That is a pyramid scheme. That's a Ponzi scheme. And most of the Americans, if you know the top of the pyramid, if you're keen, then you very keenly know what I'm talking about. And you know who's invited, everything going on. You just have to be keen on it. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, listen, I have several business people that I cut advertise with, because once they show you who they really are, you gotta believe them. And if
you have to be keen to believe them. We're using words.
Well, okay, you do. You know, look, my former partner, his last name was Dick Creasy. So, look, I use that also, because if you want to be a dick to me, look, I'm going to be a dick to you. There's no way that people can say that I don't give you my all. My first 90 days at Miracle, I drank that Kool-Aid. I was sniffing whatever they were giving me, and I believed them. But after 30 to 60 to 90 days, I went up to their vice president and said, "This is wrong. I think they're gonna fuck everybody. I need to leave." And they told me, "Don't leave, Oscar. Don't abandon us the way that some other guys did in Vegas." And they told me how the Vegas executives that they had abandoned them and they demeaned them. I know some of those guys. I called them up. They said, "Yeah,
it's like Church of Scientology. Is it Church of Scientology? If you believe the cult, you're a Church of Scientology. You know. So I'll tell you what's cool. The next time we do this, and I want to invite everybody here. We're not going to make it through that whole video. I want to talk a little bit more. But the next time we do this, we're going to have one less box. Now you might think I'm crazy. All four of us are going to be on, but we're going to have one less box because I'm actually headed to Texas. And I think me and Casey are going to meet up and do this in person. You know, I think the next time we get together and do this, we'll have one less box, and me and Casey will be sitting right next to each other, which will be kind of a cool scenario. I'm headed to Texas for other reasons. For my real channel is a cruising channel, so there's a new cruise ship that came out that I got to go to Texas. I mean, I do this for the lulz, for the funsies. But I mean, I think the important thing is today we kind of put this together kind of last minute. I want to answer everyone's questions. We're going to post this online. I'm going to post it. I said I'm going to give a separate cut to Eric that he's welcome to cut and post on his channel. But I want to give more notice that Casey's going to make a sign-up form and everything like that. And I think the important thing is that sign-up form is just to get you the link. Casey, I think you don't mind if they use a fake name, because we're okay with that. We just want to answer questions.
Yeah,
Use an email address. You have access. I can't hear you, Casey. You need it?
I don't think so.
There you go.
No, I think everybody, we want people to ask questions. If they want to come in and say we're stupid, but we have no idea what we're talking about, that's fine. Just point it out so we can discuss it and debate it. Unlike the CWS channel or any of the other channels, I noticed a couple of people got deleted from their Facebook group today because they were posting stuff, that they were questioning things like, where's our money? But no, we want people to ask questions. If you think we're stupid, that's fine. In fact, I've taken most of the people and sent emails and said, you're an idiot. We're going to go back on Wayback Machine. Wayback Machine is the website that you can go back and see archived versions of websites. So I can't wait a year from now. We're going to go back to the Wayback Machine and look at the website.
Hey, just remember, if we look at the Bennett Cohen website, literally a month ago it said light paper coming soon.
Right.
What the fuck is a light paper?
And so I'm like, what Eric's doing is the Wayback Machine. Let's go back and go back and look at the videos they deleted, and Eric's got copy stuff. He's going back and watch Eric's channel and look at the stuff they said in 2022. They go and they say, we got 10,000 of this out. We got this. We're doing this. We're going to start paying investors in February. We're going to start paying investors. No money, right? So the Wayback Machine, let's go back and look at what they've told people. Not that people forget all of the different lies.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think the important thing. Yeah, go ahead, Casey. Sorry.
It's just tough to keep up with them because they put all this stuff on videos. They show no documents of anything. So, but most legitimate companies, they have a press section of their website. They show the documents, and give agreements and contracts and all this stuff. They
don't just delete their YouTube channel for 6 months randomly.
Right.
They don't just delete the entire history of the YouTube channel. Because I think what's weird, I want to just let people know what you've got here. You've got me, which is kind of looking at the present of what's going on and looking towards the future. You've got Eric looking at the past, and we both have separate YouTube channels. We got Casey, who's got Miracle Cash Facts, who's the SEO side of things, is getting people that want to read stuff instead of watch stuff. And then we've got Oscar, who's on the legal side of things. So let's be honest. I mean, I hate to say this, but these are the four horsemen of Miracle Cash. Miracle Cash's apocalypse. That's literally what you've got. And they're hoping they can push us out of the way.
And there's a whole bunch more other people who are behind this effort as well.
I know.
We've had a lot of people contacting us that either don't want to be public, or are trying to remain anonymous, or I've had a couple of people say that they are scared of the con. I've had several people say that. And so, but either way, there's a lot of information that folks have, and I think as more people come out and discuss it, I think those people want to come forward as well. But we're respecting their privacy and not going.
A question from the chat, and anybody who speaks to this can, because I only see the name passing. EZL Kynak. What do we know about EZL Kynak?
Well, I kind of answered that already. You know, Ezel has been with Polygon for decades. He knows what's going on. He's there was firsthand experience that I got, you know, again, going back to people who are reaching out to us that want to stay anonymous. They've actually witnessed Ezel prevent guys to go up to beat up Polygon. So, and that was not even a miracle issue. It was a past scam issue. So their scams, they literally, you know, people are scared of Polygon, but come on. They've had physical people fly into Cyprus and beat the shit out of Micah. Tried to beat the crap out of Hakan. He ran away from the office. And then literally, Micah got his butt kicked by 3 investors that wanted their money back.
The only thing we know about Hakan is he's always fashionable when he gets arrested. He's always wearing his best Hugo Boss wear when he's getting taken into custody.
Oh, God. Do we have to play that?
Yeah, let's. You know, I mean, it's silly how Hakan actually told me he only wears Boss. Listen, guys. All right.
He said that.
He literally physically said that to me on a one-on-one. He says, "I only wear Boss shirts."
That's funny. Yeah, no, he's every arrest, there's at least 3 or 4 arrest pictures, all right, of them in the media. That's why I realized it wasn't just one arrest. He might have been acquitted of one, but he was arrested. We know at least twice. And then on one of those, he ran from the cops for 4 months. Right. He was on the lam, running from the cops, and then he comes back and he goes, "Okay, you got me. I was kidnapped by this guy that was on the Interpol's most wanted list." Well, it turns out that guy goes to court, and they say, "Okay, we're going to get you for kidnapping because, you know, obviously the guy was kidnapped." And he goes, No. We are childhood friends. He was just hanging out with me." So they believed him, and so this guy on the Interpol's most wanted list, they get him for harboring a fugitive, not kidnapping. But, so
it's as bad as it gets, but at least it wasn't kidnapping.
You know, Hakan's friends this is who he hangs out with, right? These guys that are on.
No, but we have most famous footballer in all of Europe. Come visit medical Cashflow. There is no problem. You'll notice that we really haven't heard from Hakan in months.
Oh.
And he doesn't want, you know what? And listen, guys.
But don't you remember his green screen set from a year ago?
Right. And it should be clear. I've had conversations with Hakan where he does not want to talk to the victims. He wants to, and I'm calling them victims. He didn't call them victims. He goes, "I don't need to talk to these small investors. Why should I do it?" And he was trying to have me convince Micah to not put in my videos anymore. Hakan clearly knows what's happening at this point. Whoever's the figurehead of the company is going to get the most heat. Hakan knows he needs to limit his exposure. But Hakan, guys, he likes to take advantage of the victims, the ATM victims, and now the American victims. Why? Because they can't come to Cyprus. That's why, right? I mean, they can, but who would...
They can't come to the People's Republic of Northern Cyprus. They can come to Cyprus.
Right.
But these are the same Americans that he thinks are eventually going to come spend money in his casino, aren't they?
Right.
You know, at the end of the day, you know, who are these people that are going to come to Northern Cyprus and spend money in the casino? Maybe people that want to launder money. I'm talking out loud. You know, maybe that's what's going to come to Northern Cyprus and go to the casino. You know, one of my videos I made was literally from Las Vegas, and I'm headed back to Las Vegas again, and they think they're going to be bigger than Vegas. Or the first hotel had 135 rooms, the second hotel had 65 rooms, and who knows what this third hotel has. But the problem with all Ponzi schemes is eventually you run out of money. I I don't think they can even finish that 65% hotel with the money they have left.
And that's why they're trying to raise more and more money. And I don't even believe, because I've seen this happen over my belief, this is what they do. They say they own something, but they don't. They got in an agreement to get the money. They did that before on real estate. They had 2 towers before I got involved. They had 2 towers that they were trying to sell real estate for, tokenized real estate. And Micah made a statement that he owned the penthouse. Nobody should bid for the penthouse because he owned it. That was a lie. They didn't own the 2 towers. They were just in an agreement to sell that real estate. So I believe the same thing is happening again. Rinse and repeat the lie. You get an agreement to bring in funding, but you didn't buy anything. Did you put down a $50 million deposit? Hell no.
So you have an agreement. You have an agreement with the money laundering. Everyone that's from the chat, I want to mention something that I was repeat. So they have sent thousands of dollars Ed Kanye's UK personal bank account. So he seems to be the mule for Europe, like Micah was the mule for the US. I don't know. I just want to point that out from the chat. Is that he was the European mule, and Micah's girlfriend, correct me if I'm wrong, was the American mule. The address when Micah was out of the US. Was that it? There's the history of that one. Someone in Micah's circle was burning money, and Micah was someone, and that account got frozen. I know that. So now they can't do.
The UK got frozen, sure. It's a personal account. What are you going to do? They know good and well everything. You, me, anybody. If we only have $10,000 a month on average in the bank, all of a sudden it balloons to $500,000. We're all getting accounts shut down. That's what happened with the jail in the UK.
So I would invite Mike to talk more about this new casino, the 60%. I mean, if I again, I'm a legitimate business guy. I'm a legitimate business guy, right? And if I would buy that thing, if I had bought that thing, I would be in the front parading around. This is my casino. Look at my casino. Check this out. I'd have a marching band in the front, being like, check this out. Looks like it's built. It's something you can actually show a physical asset. So I'm just saying, I don't want to say it's not real, but I'm just saying, Mika, go show it off. Let's talk about it. This is when you buy a casino like that, it's not a 2-minute excerpt in a 2-hour video, right? It is half of that video. It's not the whole thing. You're like, look at this casino that we just bought. We were selected. Here's how it happened, and we're faced. I invite you, Mika, show us more about this casino.
But you know what's funny? We're not gonna watch the whole rest of that video. I'll do that on my own, and you're welcome to commentary on that because we're having a good discussion here without that video. But I think here's the important thing. They talked about this. They're going to close off more information. They're going to keep it on a Telegram. They're going to put it in Facebook so that we can't find it. We can't commentary on it. I'm just telling you, like that's in the video. The walls are closing down now. They had nothing to hide. Wouldn't they want everything to be public?
You know,
if we were wrong.
When I had a phone call with Mika, I said, "Hey, what's the deal with this behind MLM?" The behind MLM thing is this anonymous guy. You don't know. He's a guy.
I know us personally.
He's a guy in Germany. He's anonymous. You can't comment. We can't go in and make any counterclaims. Well, on every single page of this website, behindmlm.com, you can comment on every page. And you can do it anonymously. You just put a name and an email address. It'd be a big email, big name, and you go comment. So they can go say, hey, this is BS, this isn't true, or whatever. Go tell us the real facts. Same thing that I because of that, what I did on my website, Miracle Cash Facts, is we, on every single page, you can comment on it. And if it's incorrect information, you can go in and correct it. And I told Luca, he's got my email address. I communicated with him.
He's got mine. He's probably got Eric's too.
I
know he's got us.
And I say, if we are incorrect on something, point it out. And that's after a few weeks, he finally came back and said, oh, wait, you said we lost our license for money laundering. It wasn't money laundering. It's the money laundering data bureau that we lost the license. I said, that's great. Good. I thank you for correcting that. I wouldn't change it because we don't know the actual reason why they lost the license, but it was the money laundering data bureau that revoked their license. Whether it was for money laundering or not, or because they didn't renew their license, I don't know. But you know, I welcome the feedback. I don't want to go out. I don't want to be liable for putting fake information out there. I don't want to get sued, right?
And look, I've tried to ask these questions too. I mean, even I've invited them. Look, next Zoom call, fucking send an invite directly to them. We put this together kind of last minute because this time we'll send an invite directly to them, but they're not going to come. Because
Great point by Casey. If we say something that's defaming, that's not true, you can sue us for defamation. Wouldn't you have to drop 140 million?
So correct us.
Anything is wrong, correct us or sue us. I would love that one. Right? Come on.
Well, because there's this channel, and it says you and me babies ain't nothing but mammals. But we're gonna do it like they do on this channel.
Now,
You know that song?
no.
Discovery Channel.
Oh.
We
So
all
I-
want to be on the Discovery Channel. Come on.
I signed it in an effort to get my friends their money back. I signed a $1 million per violation non-disclosure agreement, and he never signed it. So I just said, hey, I rescind this agreement. You never signed it. He said he didn't come on December 13th. He said that you can't do that. Well, I don't really care. Sue me, motherfucker. Like, I don't care. In fact, I should at this point have at least $1 billion worth of violations. And probably the biggest thing on the balance sheet they could get would be to get a $1 billion lawsuit against me, because there's actually might be something there that they could actually collect on. I would potentially might be able to help increase their balance sheet by getting a lawsuit, something against me. So I would encourage them, if what I'm saying is incorrect, tell me about it. I'll fix it on the website. I've already been in communication with them. I'll fix it. But you want to get me for non-disclosure agreement, I guess go for it.
When you don't countersign a contract, that contract is mute. Basically.
Yeah.
Come on. If Hakan was a so-called attorney and practicing, most bullshit thing is not signing the contract or putting underneath who that person was that signed it. Now, there's someone in my contract that literally forgot to put their name underneath their signature. Luckily, I took a picture of you signing it. You know what I'm talking about? Come on, guys. These are all games for them to look as legitimate as possible, but do little things at the end that is not legitimate. And that's fraud. Fraudulent inducement, fraudulent conversion, fraud.
Yeah, and I'm just saying this only very clear. Everybody else has stated why they're here. I'm doing this because I love crypto. I love Bitcoin specifically. And the more people you scam in crypto, the less people that are legitimately going to invest in crypto. I think all four of us are sitting around here, and we actually like the idea of crypto. We're not crypto haters. We're not wanting to keep people down and stuff like that. I guarantee you all four of us have some Bitcoin somewhere. It might be a tiny amount or something like that, but we want these things to succeed. And I want to end, because we're getting up on 2 hours. Christian asked me a very valid question that I kind of want to end on from our questions. I'm going to leave some time for people to ask. I know the answer to this question, but I think this is a hard question to answer, and this might have to be a separate video that we're going to cut out of this video, because a lot of the investors are like, how do we get our money back? I hate to say that out loud, and I will tell you, Casey is one of the few people, and the people that Casey helped get his money back before this shit hit the fan. That's the truth. Casey got some money back before the shit hit the fan. I personally, I'll let everyone speak to it. I personally believe the money is gone. I have sources that say out of the 35 they've taken in, there's 7 left. I've not shared those sources because even to the 3 of you, because those sources have not told me to share it. So they've taken in about 35 million. There's about 7 million left. Plus they have obligations to stores, they have obligations for rent. So realistically, if we were to do that and have Khan's gambling problem, the money's gone. That's how I feel. I'm going to pass it along to Casey, and I'm going to shut up on that.
Yeah, the number I was told by an insider was 1.6 million. I don't know what that number implies, but yeah, I mean, how do you get your money back? I think a few individuals could. People who want to speak up and talk loud, like that's what I did, and I created a website and did some research and said, I'm going to expose you. Here's exactly what I'm going to do, and I did that. The only thing I didn't do is once I realized what was going on, I said, you know what? Everybody else needs to know the truth as well. Everybody needs to know what they're investing in. And so that's why I kept the website up. That's why I'm here talking. I just want to expose these guys for who they are and let people know what they're getting into. You know, will one of these 20 different ideas they have become successful? Maybe. Are they going to give you the money? No. Right? If it does, who has ownership of the soccer team? You guys should own it because you put all the money in. I sent about 4 or 5 emails back and forth with Mika. I said, who owns the soccer team?
Soccer team, handball team, the advertising revenue from the downhill skateboarding, all the stuff that nobody directly invested in.
Is the soccer team owned by, you know, the shareholders, the unit holders, whatever? Is this something you should give to people? No, because that's the one legitimate business there is. Guess who's that is? Not us, right? You won't answer that question because I asked you. So, you know, anything that actually recreates and actually does make money out of all this, they're going to keep it for themselves.
I totally agree. I think that casino is exactly that. That if they even accomplish one of them, I doubt it. But that's my personal belief. You know, to put a legal claim to them. But the fraudulent money they're bringing in for selling fraudulent NFTs are being funneled into a real company that supposedly, hopefully, will give them real legitimate income. But they still need money coming in to fund those businesses, the sports teams, everything they're doing that's real, that Polygon owns, and there's no contractual agreement between Polygon owning this and NFT holders or anything. I have not seen, and I asked, where is the contract that the NFTs actually own the assets? Couldn't be produced. So, yeah, is the money gone? I'm pursuing them legally, so I can at least get a judgment on the money, and then I go after.
Oscar is going to get 2 junk cars for the Dominican Republic. My buddy Eric's down there all the time. Eric, you can help Oscar to reclaim those 2 junk cars.
That's what it is, and that's what it is, right? But I have to at least go after them for contractual violations and fraudulent inducement. They told me they had to switch. I signed a contract because I believed my technology was going to be in better hands because they had legitimate licenses, legitimate switches, legitimate POSs. It ended up being that it was all a lie. It didn't have legitimate anything, and I signed the contract based on what they told me. You guys invested money based on what they told you. So I did what I did. If you want to go down that road, I'm an attorney, and go down that road, they can use my lawsuit to cite.
And you know the reason why they're not going to sue anybody is because you can do discovery. You're not going to do this, Oscar. Discovery, I can say, well, I need you to prove that you're real, right? And I want you to prove it. Give me the ownership documents. Show me the name of this corporation, and show me where the money is, because you prove that I'm lying, right? And that's why they don't want to be in a lawsuit, and especially not in the U.S. They would get those.
I mean, you go into a courtroom by selling ponds. You're the one who's going to prison, not the person you're suing. Let's be honest. The judge is immediately going to throw out the civil case and open a criminal one, aren't they? I mean, that's the truth. Put this in a courtroom.
Don't do both, because look, guys, literally, I have to file certain papers in the next 30 days that they don't want me to file, but they're forcing me to, because literally it's discovery request, and then it's literally, if I don't hear from them, then I have to do a SAR report. I have to do a suspicious activity report with the DOJ, with the SEC, with everyone. Because at this point, I think
that makes it harder for Pat. That gets you stopped at the border and everything like that. That's what a SAR does. What SAR does when you fly into the U.S., a SAR says, "Oh, we're going to meet them and ask them some questions." You know, that's so. I mean,
next steps.
I want to let Eric speak to that fact, and then I want to kind of wrap it up and kind of invite people for next time. So Eric, speaking back to you, think investors are getting their money back. Because the 4 of us have to say this. So Eric, I'll let you speak to that.
No, it's 100%. Nobody's getting their money back. Nobody's getting it. It's just a wrap. First of all, there's so many errors with their game they're playing. They're only going to be able to apply into a few countries. They're just basically Micah, the fall guy. He's going to have a license history. Polygon is going to be on the run, because I myself thought about flying over to Cyprus myself, because these guys are talking a lot of noise, and I just get tired of listening to them. They hack websites. this is a legitimate company, hacking websites, trying to get stuff
Doxing reporters.
and all they
Doxing
are.
reporters. I'm the only one that's a legitimate reporter. They have doxed what they believe is my home address. It's not.
Exactly.
But they have doxed what they believe is my home address and told people to come out. I'm a reporter. You understand how many American laws that breaks? You guys are in a different scenario than I am. I am a reporter. I have made money reporting on this, a couple $100 here or there on YouTube. But I have never signed a contract with them or anything, and I have never acted as anything but good faith in trying to understand where I'm wrong. You know,
You're not wrong. Nobody.
That's the thing.
They have zero. People don't understand. They do a good thing of making things look. Mike can talk to me, and I want to find out why the Jason keeps calling him Mika. But I think I have an idea. But Mike plays it very well. He plays Gestapo very well. He plays nice guy very well. He even plays a black guy very fine, right? Talking about his black. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this, right? I'm like, this guy is a piece of crap. And by
me and Casey are KKK members. You guys really should be talking about a minority. Micah legitimately put us on KKK.
You mentioned, I can't let this go, man. I got a lot of smoke for these guys. Listen, I don't know how but today I got to go do it because this guy, Anthony Velasquez. This guy, a piece of shit, and I'm calling him out right now, he's a piece of shit, because last year, he's sitting on, in 2022, he's sitting on video telling people to calm down. I've been paid. And I was like, are you kidding me right now? And he's doing good as well. They brought you on activity, and they paid investors money to him and his committee. And he's sitting there telling everybody, don't worry, guys, everything is fine. And he's still continuing to this day. Everything is fine while people have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And I've got, I can't release it, but I've got secretly recorded video of Ray. And basically a similar situation. I can't release it. I can't say who's behind, but I do have some. When this thing opens up a little bit more, I think maybe some folks will let us release and stuff. But I respect the privacy. But Ray is the same situation. He knows this is all.
Exactly.
The same guys. So for me, the caveat is here: before you put your own credibility at stake, let them answer for their questions. Don't put your credibility at stake, guys. If you're investors, you're a victim. Don't put your credibility at stake. Always state, Polygon said this, Micah said this. Cover your own butt if you're gonna. Be very, very keen on who you're talking about. You know, don't put your own record. You don't need to. You're an investor. You're trying to just have them do the right thing. Let them prove that they're doing the right thing. Look, business is a part of putting out fires every day while you're working in business. That's just business. If you don't like that, don't get into business. But this is part of the what you have to do. So don't risk yourself, guys. I'm talking to a lot of people who know me, who's still a part of that. Why? You're just invested. Let them prove to you that they're willing to do the right thing by them stopping the lies, stopping the promises, like 30 times your money in Christmas. That was all fake. They knew it. They knew it weeks before, and they still.
You know what? And I want to let you know we haven't gotten that part, but literally yesterday they're still talking how great the family and friends discount was on the coin, and that you're still going to be a multi-millionaire. Yesterday.
It's just wrong that anyway, but legally that is wrong. And I told myself, don't promise people they're going to be millionaires. What if something goes wrong and then you're liable? And he kept on doing it.
Yesterday. I wish I was joking when I say yesterday. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close up this video now. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get to exactly. Can you do me a favor? Do you still have the Micah video up? Can you share that at the exact point you got to? Because I'm gonna start here myself and make another video. So we are at 11:11. Oh my God! how to wait, stop that. I'm not share for a minute, Casey.
You're at 11:11.
Casey, so those of you that might not know, you can stop sharing. I know where we are. I'll remember that forever. Hey, what is Micah's favorite number?
11.
How many miracle coins? How many miracle coins did they give away for Christmas? Well, supposedly. So they said yesterday that their IT team is still working on it. No, I am not a man of faith. I am not a man of faith. I'm a man of faith. Well, I'm a man of facts. We're going with that. I'm a man of facts. But just the fact that we ended randomly talking about that at 11 minutes and 11 seconds means we are on the right side of things. It means we've gone from fear to faith, haven't we?
The quiet period is over.
Oh, fuck yeah, the quiet period is over. But you know what's funny? That quiet period never began.
Yeah, that was stupid. You know, don't talk about it.
It's still continuing because you can only ask your upline. And the problem is, a lot of the people in the upline have walked through their conditions and walked away. There's only a few that are keen and still left in the upline. Every time I say that, I know who's running the top of the American upline. I know it. Like, I'm keen on it. I'm not saying it. I'm running that American upline. So this is Richard from No Pants Profits and Casey from Miracle Cashbacks. We've got the Eric Boy, which I gotta get my voice here. From Stop Struggling Now. I don't have any merch, so just definitely fuck average being legendary. And we got Oscar, who was a former contractor. Oh wow. Yeah, Eric, I want to stop. Someone just said in the chat that you are their upline, but they don't blame you because you didn't know. Someone in the chat.
You were talking about this. You guys don't understand. Micah came on my channel and did an interview in 2022. Telling people what the what kind of like
Is it still up? We still have it? You still have it? You still have it? Oh, is it still on your channel? Is it still on your channel?
no, it's not on my channel. I took it down, but I have it. It's crazy. So yeah, the one guy underneath
Oscar, you need that. Eric needs to give that to you.
Yeah, I told Mike, I said, hey man, you need to send that to money. And he thought Mike never responded to me anymore. He used to be responding. But now he's like, no.
It's because we're in the quiet period. Yeah. That was just an excuse to not respond. So what we're going to do is Casey, a Miracle Cashback, that's going to be the best way to do it. Casey is going to get a Zoom form together. We'll find a date. We're going to let you know at least 2 weeks before. I do want to open up any more questions from the chat. We have a lot of people there. Also, this is being published both on No Pants Profits as well as Stop Struggling Now, so we get as much exposure for what we're talking about as possible. Yeah.
I'm actually recording it on my channel right now. Bye.
Oh, we're live streaming. Oh, shit. Okay. Did you get the link for people to join on the channel? The link in the description?
And after this is over, I'm on my live channel talking to Big Mac. So if anybody wants to come over and check it out,
oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm okay. We talked about this, so there's no problem. Again, here's the important thing. I think this is the thing I want to end on. There is no secrets here. I'm the host here. I have muted people who have come in and just like their phone is making noise and stuff. But everything that came in the chat, you guys have watched, I've addressed. I've tried to keep the chat up the whole time and everything like that. And I think that's how we're different than that. Look, that's right. very much in the end of the day, if you don't have 5 times the investment come in, people can't even get out even. Like Oscar said. They were saying a couple days ago that people are going to be even within months. Back to their initial investment. Even if they are even, okay? There's something, it's a business term that Oscar knows, I'm sure Eric knows, I'm sure Casey knows. The opportunity cost of where else that money could have gone and could have made it. Right. You could make 5% safely in an e-bank account right now. And they're hoping to get people out. I think that's where things get a lot of little bit rough, you know. So
Fraudulent inducement. That's what it is.
Oscar is very keen on that fraudulent inducement. So this is Richard. We'll let know this is Richard from No Pants Profits. We've got Casey next.
Casey from MiracleCashbacks.com.
We got Senior Oscar.
Oscar Garcia, former consultant of Miracle Cash More and Cashflow.
And we got Eric, who's been back to our streaming this live.
That's right. Learn from that situation. Nobody knows to stop struggling now.
Yeah.
And we hope that you don't lose your shirt while you're wearing no pants. Stop struggling. You have sex with a gopher with Casey's. I'm really not sure what Casey's
Keep telling your truth, right? You keep telling your truth.
Or keep telling your truth, and then Oscar gets a job in a restaurant. Oscar, you need a job in a restaurant. You know why you need? You know why you need? Because you need to be a very good server.
Server of people's backs.
I love going there. What do you serve people, Oscar?
What do I serve? A legal. I'm a good server of legal documents. Yeah, I got good at that.
So, just the four of us, this is not going to be our last chat. Our next chat, we're going to give you guys a lot more time beforehand to kind of prepare and get in. I am going to, at 11:11, goddamn, that's so easy to remember. At 11:11, I'm going to resume kind of talking about what might get in because we got four of us together and no chance he's going to do this on his own because you know why? My beer has run out and I have to go get work. So I'm going to go get work here because I ain't ever done one of these over. This is Richard and the boys coming to you from 3 different places, and hopefully 2 different places, like no, 4 different places, but maybe 2 different places in the future. And I know Eric's in the state of Florida, so we're not going to blow anybody's location, but I think that me and Eric might be able to get together in person too at some point in the future. So Richard and the boys from No Pants Profits, Miracle Gopher Club, Miracle Gopher Club, Miracle Cashbacks, a great Twitter, Miracle Cashbacks, Miracle Gopher Club. That's funny. Stop struggling now. Oscar looking for his waitressing job. You got any waitress jobs to help Oscar serve you? Please, put your line. Reminding you that when you wear no pants, the only thing you got left to do is. All right, recording done. So that came out good. Didn't it? Everybody just jumped in and we had a good time.
Oh, that was.
I think Mike was gonna have to. So one of us on the same screen at the same time.
But to be fair, every one of you guys gave us the opportunity to try to do something right in December, and you waited until now. There is no quiet period between us. We waited, and if his lies were going to be true, and they were not only not true, it was worse than what we all thought.
Oh yeah. It was disgusting.
Boy,
But yeah, what I definitely want to do, Casey, we're gonna try, and when I'm in Texas, we'll try and link it up and get it all together because it's funnier to kind of do it in person.
yeah, I've got a plan.
Yeah, we'll talk about that offline, but like I said, boys, let's let this get a student and talk about it.
You guys are still on.
No, that's fine. I know we're still on.
Okay.
And look, bottom line, I think I suspended my file of lawsuits until after December 15th, seeing what the
Everyone will be a millionaire.
right.
And those are
So I'm not going to mention it, but again, I have a lot of friends that someone reached out to me, they said it was legit, and I said, don't do it. And they said, listen, don't do it. But now that I want to talk to you, I told them I'm not doing it. So,
the world is so divided. It's likely that Trump is going to become president again. create houses. I don't like there's a lot of them, but like at the end of this, or you got to $9.90 for what you said here in this case. Mine is doing the same thing, right? He's literally went out, going, hey, let's talk to the price. And you know what's funny? You want to get rid of stuff. He's telling people that the chance they go down. He never said that. He said, oh, the launch is going to go down. I was like, really? You're going to say that part out loud? I don't think it's the same breath. That's why we told it and not have you trade it until we get the deposit.
Is that something you can set up on a coin where like you only buy it, you can't sell it? Is that a coin? Is that a regular thing? Is that
yeah, but this. Well, I control your own anything. So things that I busted, what they do is they would lock up, they play the Bitcoin, and they lock it up for a certain period of time. So there wouldn't actually be coin. Oscar knows this very well. And then there would be a vault, and that vault would pay why it's going to the vault, but you can only take the coins out of the vault when they said you take the coins out of the vault. But the coins were technically free. And they just have this Indian developer that build these vault software. They call it staking. They build this staking software, and that's how they can't get the coin. The coin is always traded. You're making legitimate coin, the coin is always traded. But you tell people the coin is worth nothing, and the only thing it's worth anything is the rewards the coin can make over time. That's what it's interesting.
So what is this? So this is the trading software that they're doing. I don't believe they're building trading software. They're white labeling something or licensing something, right? I mean,
they are licensing the white labeling something. Yeah, I think so. They've got some layouts on something called Stigma. They're building it on Stigma, which is it's a design mock-up software, not for designers, but specifically for people that do UI UX software. And the funniest thing is all their charts on there, all their charts on trading. Right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear it right here. Thanks to No Pants. He's on here on YouTube. He actually has videos of the newer stuff for Boogie Gopher Club. And I am operating on the side of, you guys know I'm going back to 2022 when they're saying the same things, rebooting with different products now. Wow.
If somebody flies in from Cyprus store, they don't trust me. They don't trust me. Not trust people anymore. So somebody flies in from Cyprus to go to the store
on Monday, and sits there Monday to Friday. Goes home Friday night. Spends the weekend with his family.
Can you believe this, ladies and gentlemen? Can you believe this? That's right.
What a lot. The only way they did that is if they are laundering money, which our investigator suspects that. This is all kind of a money laundering thing. Yeah, it's if they have that money.
Hold on, I'm finding something right now. Are you still streaming?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm finding something very keen right now. You know that they now have the top of their people promoting free nodes that's giving away. They're giving away nodes for free now. I'm literally on my phone on Facebook right now with someone chat downline saying that they're giving free nodes away.
No way. No freaking way. These guys have too much.
They're off your rapid for free crypto zone. And forever mining the hottest cryptocurrency in 2024. Come to class by yourself, get one ticket. Every person you bring to the beta course will get you an additional ticket. You and your guests have complete free cryptocurrency series to get the loan. Beta series. And I mean, if you're questioning what this token is, I mean, that's the graphic series thing that I think we very much know what the node is.
This is
I
insane.
do that one, so that's good. At least they stopped using the graphics I made of that part.
Let's see if that might be free nodes or worthless free nodes. No way. They're not giving away Bitcoin. That's it. I mean,
let's watch the party for the next couple of.
but there is the 1-star reviews are amazing here.
Well, you guys, because these are the reviews for their Netherlands store, which all came in the last few days, right?
And they're all in English. English not the main language of the Netherlands. Should it be in Dutch?
I would research these people. Like, I pulled up this, pulled up profiles for all these people. The others, the people who actually all these, like, what's got like one review. It's not about the servers, it's what they do in the store. It's just, oh, this is a great company. I love this one. One of the most transparent companies in the crypto world. Let's see, we've got.
Maybe they identify mud as transparent.
Terrible. They're not. They're the total opposite of transparent. Total opposite.
Everything legally is by the book. I'm looking forward to a long-term reward with this company. Investor reviews, which is great. We can still look up these investments, so now we can add them to our ratings. But yeah, it's all fake.
I mean, when are these people going to give up and see there's no money?
Well, they eventually get groups of people get pissed off. A new group, and then they shut the old group down.
So I'm gonna anybody have a title? I just want to put scam right in front. I don't know about you guys.
Breaking down the miracle Cashflow NFT scam from insiders to reporters.
We gotta say Ponzi. I love the word Ponzi.
I like it.
I'll let you guys go. I gotta.
Yeah, I'll let you guys go.
All right.
But I'm gonna start at 11:11, and that's gonna be my video. I'm gonna put out a video at noon tomorrow. That's gonna finish the video we didn't finish, if that makes sense. The problem is I'm nowhere near strong enough to do that video now because I cannot listen to my shit for an hour. So I think it's so terrible.
Exactly.
To the point, right? Like, don't give me this whole, fire,
What I'm saying is, you guys don't waste your time listening to the rest of that video because you might as well listen to it with like broadcast commentary by tomorrow when it drops because it's going to be way better. Because here's the funny thing, they're just going to pull that shit down, but they can't pull down my video. And I'm an expert at not getting stuff pulled down. What I do is I let Mike pull one video of mine down. I'll say this very clearly. And I'm attacking something the other day. Have you heard of Quantum Club AI?
Oh yeah,
Yeah?
I have.
I'm not taking it down. I let him get one video strike up. You know why, Austin? Because that opens him up to discovery. That's a legal procedure. So I let him get one strike. One strike. Quantum Club is my next target. If you know what I'm talking about, Eric?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do another scammer, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully you liked that and enjoyed it, because here we are, back on screen, getting back to what we do best. All right. So we have a lot to talk about. This is incredible what has transpired. I came in a little bit late, but I want you guys to hear this. I'm going to do a little brief break so we can continue this. But let me do this here. I'll do a little intro. So we'll do it this way.
Come on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's a little bit dark in here. There's a reason why. I'm sitting in a friend's house, and I had to get this on hot, and I missed the first 20 minutes with the guys, but No Pants, Oscar, Casey, and Tobin all were on, and there's just bad news about how Miracle Cash and More, Boogie Gopher Club, Cashflow NFT, Metaterra, whatever names you want to call them, Miracle Technology Holding Company, they have been doing things basically illegally, but telling people all they are doing is legal. Now, when you do business in the United States or have business with United States citizens, and you are abroad dealing with crypto, you have to have a license in the United States or an understanding with states in the United States or with the SEC. You just can't sell. They sold prematurely without any license in any jurisdiction, apparently. So you have to understand this is major. So a lot of people out here believe them because they opened up stores. Now, these stores, anybody can open a store as long as you walk into a place like Cyprus and say, hey, I have $10,000. I'll pay the first, last, and deposit, and I'm going to do this business. That's a lease. That has nothing to do with actual licensing to sell or have an exchange in countries in the EU. UK is not in the EU, so you have to have your own license in the UK. EU, you can have a license, but even then you might have to have licenses within the UK nation states, or shall I say countries. They are operating in Portugal with a holding company. Then they're making a new company in Switzerland. Then they're breaking out with Phoenix token. And if you know, that is a token or coin, whatever they want to call it, and you're going to be selling to UK, EU, United States citizens, Australian citizens, Canadian citizens, you have to go through a licensing process. So they are operating on the outskirts of the law, knowing full well that they are violating the law, and whether they're big enough to get the sight of the UK or Canadian or United States authorities, that's a whole nother issue. But when more people are sending them information, and now you have new people who come in and listen to this nonsense, no longer are they talking about ATM machines, point of sale systems. Now they're trying to reboot and act like they're going to be helping you with credit all of a sudden. How's that going to work? They're talking about a Phoenix token to the countries around the world that you have to have licenses for. They have no intention of that. They are trying to get your money, our money, and then getting people to sign up other people to get more money. All the while they're wasting it, spending it, doing whatever they want. And now the new scam is Miracle Estates, which is an old scam, which they've renewed. And now it's Miracle Estates. And now they're talking about casinos. Woohoo. like these guys have ran anything. Let's just deal with one thing that you've done correctly. And now we're supposed to believe that you're going to somehow magically be in the casino business using your $10 million or $20 million or $5 million, whatever you guys have left out of investors' funds. That's not enough. So therefore, they need new investors, and going around acting like hot shots with the soccer team, with a handball team, with some sort of downhill skateboard team, and all this other stuff, running around spending all this money during the holidays, Christmas and New Year's, to be hot shots, trying to invite the prime minister or whatever they call the president of Cyprus. They're doing all of this with investors' money because they have zero revenue. And they're sitting out here trying to act like they make money, and they get a fake DCF because Ernst & Young, they will not do any crypto. These guys have no revenue. Nobody that does any type of business valuations is going to give anybody millions of dollars of an evaluation with zero legitimate money made. So revenue. So the bottom line is, these guys are total frauds. They never were trying to do business. They were always scam. It was a scam from the beginning, I believe, because now at the end of 2023, they flipped it into, now you guys have shares. If you have an NFT, it's now going to be turned into shares. And you have no voting rights. And you also can't buy and sell any of your shares, any of your Phoenix token, none of that. So these are the type of things that we are talking about here. Miracle Cash and More scam. I'm not afraid to say it. That's what it is. Boogie Gopher Club NFT, scam. Cashflow NFT, scam. They're straight scams. That's all it was. And Micah and all those guys deserve to be in DOJ hell for life. And I'm pretty sure they will ultimately be. But it's going to be very fascinating because they're trying to figure out an exit strategy just for them. That's why they need you to buy Phoenix token. That's why they're eventually going to turn on their, we need you to buy shares. We offer shares. But all of those, we are asking you to buy these things, those are in violation, especially in the United States, going after United States citizens, and you don't have a license to operate in the United States with regard to crypto or your shares, because you're doing over-the-counter shares and you're going with non-accredited investors, and you're not on any exchange as well, whether it's crypto or stock, other than possibly OTC. All of them take requirements. People, there's Google for a reason. Just go look and see if you have an OTC company, what it takes to be on the NASDAQ. Now, they can't get on the NASDAQ because are they going to show $75 million? Are they going to show $45 million? Are they going to be able to put stocks out there that are above $4 a share? They can't do any of that. Do they have 2 million shares outstanding to the public? They can't do that either. Just go look, ladies and gentlemen. Everything they're saying is to grift more money or for you to bring in other people. They have done damage. Millions of dollars are gone that could have been used for legitimate investing. You can get 10% from JEPI every year. Some people just gave these guys hundreds of thousands of dollars as a one-time investment. Imagine $300,000 given to them. That person could be receiving $30,000 a year just by a JEPI, JEPQ ETF fund, which gives around 9.5 to 10.5% on those two stocks. And that's JP Morgan. I mean, that's just conservative as far as I'm concerned. Forget the 5% that you get at a bank. You can easily get 10%. So this is what we're talking about here. And yes, it was a long time. But again, I want to point out, I wish I knew how long this stream has been going. It must have been about an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. But I want to thank everybody for listening. If you guys ever have any questions, you can always make comments. You can always send me an email at support@stopstrugglingnow.com. You can always make comments in our live chat room, unlike with Boogie Gopher Club, Miracle Cash and More, and all these guys. They are restricting people asking them questions because they have finally realized that the people that invest in their company, they aren't just regular people. They have been doing business for a while and they believe in what they were doing, so they invested. But then after the fact, they start asking them business questions, like who's doing the accounting? What are the numbers? Do we have any revenue? You said there's stores open. You claimed last year in 2022 that stores were making $22,000 or $20,000 per month profit in Cyprus. And then all of a sudden we hear a year later, no stores are open. Which one is it? Well, there is no which one is it. There was never anything. It was all a mirage. Okay? You open a store, you have some signs made, and then people think, oh, they must be licensed. No, you can open a store. You can't operate. So we can have our friends and family walk in and fake like Yordi did, like French Montreville did, and fake like there's a transaction that occurred. And we now know that the exchange was bogus. The exchange is garbage. We now know they're doing manual exchange. It's not automated. Oscar told you on this live stream that somebody is actually doing it behind the scenes. There is no automated exchange. All right. This is just ridiculous. It's smoke and mirrors, because there's nothing you can do in a store when you really think about it. There's no ATM at the store. There's no point of sale system at the store. There's no miracle installment office that people can go in and get loans. And why would they go there to get loans when they're not selling a product? Then your miracle deal. Can't go there for that either. What for? You have a stable coin, allegedly. Don't have that because you're going to need a blockchain. They don't have a blockchain. In 2022, in July, 2023, in July, when they claimed they were going to give people payouts and then commission payouts, they paid people instead of sending it to their wallet, like the Cashflow NFT sign-up said, put your wallet in it, whether it's Trust Wallet or any wallet, Cold Wallet, MetaMask, whatever crypto wallet you want to, Coinbase, whatever. They said put your alphanumeric characters in. So we're going to send you the commission from the stores. We're going to send you the commission if you sign up other people. Then what happened in July 2023? All of a sudden, these guys start saying, well, wait a minute. We're going to send you commission, but it's in your back office in an MIR coin, meaning miracle token or coin, whatever it is. So they gave people commissions in an MIR token, but then there is no MRI token, so you can't add it to any of your wallets. So what can you do? You have to go to Miracle Pay, the exchange. So the only way you could take out your commission was go to their Miracle Pay exchange. Guess what the fee was? 10%. First of all, 10%. Crazy. That's the first thing. Second thing, you couldn't sign up in July of 2023 for the exchange. There was errors. There was errors for a week. They had to manually do, their customer service had to manually try to get people hooked up. So the whole time in 2022, when they said they had an exchange operating and working, I never used it. There was no reason. I didn't go on there to worry about an exchange. I was going on there because of all the things they said they were going to do and have money paid back to people who bought NFTs. So now we had to go in on this exchange. Can't sign up. Errors are coming in. Can't KYC. Errors are coming up. And they're having a customer service line. That right there started to be the real red flags, because then you realized, where's the ATM machines? Why aren't they in the store? Where's the point of sale system? Why aren't you using that in the store? In fact, why aren't there videos showing how to withdraw and deposit or do whatever you do with all these processes, whether it's the point of sale or the merchant processing, or whether it's the ATM machine, or whether it was, we're going to get the landlords to be able to get their tenants in there by using our Miracle Home. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? That would be promotional material. You supposedly ordered 10,000 merchant processing systems and a few thousand ATM machines. Why wouldn't they have been in when you told people at the end of 2022 you were ordering all these? And here it is in July that we're messing around. So all this time when people are allegedly going to stores to give them money, I guess, to put on an exchange, it was all fake, because they could give them money, but then ultimately they have to do what else? Somebody else. It's manual. Somebody actually has to log it in manually, put it on your exchange. But what happens if you don't have a wallet? So what? I mean, people want to be able to buy crypto. So what are they going to do? You have to open up and have a wallet somewhere. So now people are going to stand in line for 15 to 20 minutes or 30 minutes, creating their wallet, getting their passwords and username and their words that they're going to need for their wallet. That's going to take 20 to 30 minutes. How's that going to work? People aren't going to stand in line 20 to 30 minutes for one person. You look at their offices. How many desks do they even have at the front desk? 1, 2, 3. Even then, 3 people, everybody taking 15 to 30 minutes to do business. That's not efficient. It never was designed to work, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you're not getting. So once you understand in your head, just pretend just for a second, what would you do if you never had a product and you're trying to get millions of dollars from people? You would do exactly what they're doing. You would say you have all this stuff. You would have the head honcho on there, Hakan, talking about, we ordered this, we ordered that, it's coming next week. We're going to give you payouts in 2 months or 3 months for a sense of urgency. You would do that type of stuff. And then when 3 or 4 months come by, you're going to deal with the fallout then. You're just going to say, oh, hey, because of all these haters, they stopped us from creating additional business. I'm like, wait, everything you said you were going to do has nothing to do with anybody else. You ordered the items. You're making the partnerships. Nobody can stop you. That's what we do here in the SSN Nation. No credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry. Nobody can stop you. That's what we do. I open up a business, an LLC, a C Corp, a holding company, whatever you want to call it. And then I tell people I'm ordering 10,000 rackets. Nobody can stop me from ordering the 10,000 rackets nor registering a corporation. So if I actually legitimately took money in and ordered the 10,000 rackets, they should be sitting at my office. I would be having videos saying, hey guys, look here. We have what we said we had, and let's get to work. You guys are helping us as investors to actually get more people involved, and we're actually here doing the work. That would be promotional material. But have you ever wondered why there's zero promotional material other than some made up commercials, these made up talking points by Micah and the team, the fall guy Micah, as I'm calling him now, because that's exactly what he is. He's the fall guy. Hakan isn't even showing his face anywhere. Notice this guy is staying hidden here. He's gonna have to show up pretty soon. Or Ebru Torahan, she is the CEO of Mediterra, unless they change it. Where are these guys? They're going to have to show up sooner or later, because Micah is going to run out of steam. And maybe I'm going to have to start calling him what Casey Jackson calls him, Mika, because that reminds me of a female name, because he's out here crying and whining on Zoom calls talking about he's black. The whitest dude on the planet is making up stuff like, oh, I'm black. You guys are after me. Look at this. I'm black, and crying. What kind of, man, stop it. Stop it. That was so disgusting. I can't even believe that punk ass did that. Disgusting. I didn't know the dude was half black, or if he still is. I don't even know. All I know is on any continent, he looks like a white guy. Nobody's going to mistake him for a black guy anywhere in the world. So I'm like miffed why all of a sudden he was sitting there acting like he's crying, talking to investors like people are after me. They're after our company because I'm a minority. I'm like, what the frick is this dude talking about? Stop it. All I know is he's a scammer at this point to me. Punk ass came on our channel saying he's like SSN Nation. He didn't say that. I did. But he acted like we're trying to help people. We're out here trying to make it better for everybody. That's why we're doing this miracle. And he laid out everything they're doing. Yeah. He came here in the nation. So yeah, I take it a little personal when people are lying. We've had several people come here and lie. All right. That said, hey, this is what we're doing. We're trying to help the people. They get the people's money. And then it turns out it was all a dream. It was all BS. All right. So just keep all that in mind. That's why I take this a little more personal. And I didn't even care when people said they were over there trying to sign people up. I was just promoting and helping talk about Miracle Cash and more. My link was down below, but I never tracked it. Neither did they. So there could be more people that I don't know that could have signed up because we were talking about Miracle Cash, or at that time, Cashflow NFT. So yeah, I take it a little bit more personal. And then when I start linking things together and going back and reviewing, you can see clearly it's all a lie. If you've missed some of the videos, we're up to part 5 or part 6. Go search the channel for Miracle Cash in the last 2 months. And I go over where they're saying things on video and they're actually lying straight to our faces. And then months later, they're lying about what they lied about before. And at the time, in real time, you don't realize it because, again, stores are opening or they're having balloons come out and parties and some sort of video, and it looks like they're a grand opening when in fact that's all it is. They can't operate. They have no license. They can't even operate. Then they come up with the story that Hakon's been helping the government come up with crypto laws. So at the end of 2022, the new laws are coming out in 2023. All the crypto stores are going to have to go through us. That's a neat trick when you don't have a crypto license. That is rich. But see, we didn't know the full extent about them not having a license because Ophanon is in the Apple and Android Play Store. The apps are in the Apple and Android Play Store. If they didn't have a license since 2021, how could they be on the Apple and Android Play Store? But there they are, and may even still have the Android store still up. So people were believing along the line, oh, they have apps, they have stores, they have people flying in from America and around the world posting pictures of them going to the store, but no pictures of everything I always told everybody. Where's the ATM machine? What about the merchant processing? Where's the Miracle Home? Where's the office at behind where they're signing up realtors or signing up people that are landlords that are renting their property? That's what I kept asking people. And they're just like, oh, didn't you see the video? I was like, no, I saw a video, but I didn't see any transactions. None. They're going, oh, yeah, well, this person stood up. Yordi or one of their cohorts, one of their stooges, stood up there pretending they were doing something at the front counter when in fact they were doing nothing. The person behind the desk pretending they're doing transactions and gave a printout or something. They fooled us good because people wanted to believe that their investment was working. It's looking like we're going in a positive direction. Yes, we really can receive commissions every month for the rest of 5 years because they have an exit strategy in 5 years. And they already brought in this DCF, which again, I told people the DCF is bogus, but they said they have a DCF that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So your NFT is worth X amount of dollars right now. Billions is what they said. Your NFT is worth 700,000 or something. You'll be able to borrow against it. And that's when the red flags start going off again. What do you mean? Why am I going to borrow? You're supposed to be providing us some cash flow. Why all of a sudden are you talking to me about $50 million loans and you're going to be able to go out and use that as collateral to borrow against? When you borrow, you have to sit up there and give it back. Borrowing means just that. You're borrowing. You have to pay it back. So when we're talking about this, Professor Auntie Val is in the house. That's right. Here we go. I forgot this. Thank you so much, Professor Auntie Val, for being in the house. Don't you need a money services license to offer credit product? Exactly. Exactly. In all kind of jurisdictions, not just the United States, not just Canada, not just UK, not just the EU, everywhere that you do financial services businesses other than Dubai and Cyprus on the Turkey side, you do this illegal activity. But every place else, you need a license. So for them to actually be going out here acting like they can do all this stuff, they can't open stores. This is why they're hidden, because people would be promoting their stores. They would have people going there all the time if the store was legitimate. And let's just get real. The store itself is not legitimate. You know how you know? Because once you go there, think about this. If you go into a store, what do you go there for? You go to buy something. So let's just say, what can I buy at a Miracle Cash and More store? Crypto. But why do I have to go there to buy crypto? In the country that you're in, wherever you're watching this, you know you can go online and just go like, look, Exodus, Coinbase, Bitmart, BitTrue. You can go get apps for crypto all over the place. You don't need to get out of your house and go down to a store. And once you get to the store, what's going to happen? What are you supposed to do? You're not going to give them your username and password to your wallet. So what are you there for? You're going to come down and give them $1,000. And then what? I need you to give me crypto back. You can't, it's not a tangible thing. So you can't give people crypto back. So they're going to give you money to do what? You have to put it on your wallet or in your wallet, but you're not going to let them get anywhere near your wallet. But let's just say you're a new person. Hey, I'm new. I don't know about, signing up. How to get crypto. I want to know about it. Okay, well, what are we going to do here? Is get people up to speed at the front counter? No, they would have to go to the back and talk. Then what am I going to do after I give you $1,000? I want to buy $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. And they're going to turn to you and go, okay, nice. Well, now what? I need a wallet. I don't have one. You seriously going to let these guys have username, password, seed phrases of your wallet? Is that how this is supposed to work? This is stupid. When you really start breaking it down. I, on the other hand, thought originally that that's kind of what they were going to do. We're going to help introduce new people into crypto. So I'm thinking they're going to have a back office. They're going to walk over to the person and say, hey, here's an ATM machine. We'll make it start with the ATM machine and show them, hey, you can put money in and you can create your wallet or whatever you do with. I've never dealt with a Bitcoin ATM machine or a crypto ATM machine, but I figured they would show people what to do. Then I figured they would introduce them in the back office to Miracle Home, Miracle Deal, Miracle Installments to let them know if you ever need to borrow anything, then we have this plan. That's what I thought they were doing in these stores. I didn't realize they weren't going to do anything. So, right. Micah says that an open store is 100% proof that they're legit. Right, exactly. It's not proof of anything. It was all fake. It's proof of nothing. Exactly, anonymous victim. Thank you so much. And I appreciate that video that you have out, by the way. Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. I love it. In fact, you know what? I love it so much. Here's what I'm going to do, because I don't have it downloaded. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over to anonymous victim. Let me see if I can find anonymous victim real quick. Their YouTube channel. We gotta give a shout out there, anonymous victim. Let me see if I can find it. I want to play this cute little Shark Tank video because it's spot on. It's point blank spot on. Let me see, anonymous victim, Miracle, I think. Let me see if it's Miracle Cash. Hopefully I can find it. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you got to check this out. Hey, this will probably trigger this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. Check this out. We're going to get to this in a second. I'm glad you're here. It's proof of nothing. Look at this right here. Oh, man. This is funny stuff. Funny stuff. Let's see. Is this it? This is it right here, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have to check this out. Let me make sure I have this up. This is beautiful. This is funny stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out.
Next up are entrepreneurs with a product they believe is to die for.
Oh. Hello. Scary. Oh, I get it.
Hi, sharks. We're your worst nightmares.
Each share is projected to profit over $100,000 in year one, $200,000 in year two, $400,000 in year three, and $900,000 in year four. We have an exit strategy that projects a payout of over $10 million per share. And what does that cost to you? A one and done payment of just $5,000. And of course, you can buy as many shares as are still available.
This is not a proprietary concept. I mean, it's a great idea, I get it, but others could do it, obviously. I have a feeling that none of these locations that you have so far make money yet, right?
Well, the second was not open because we pushed it off.
But the first
Well, there is no location right now.
The one in the mall is
In
still
the
open.
mall.
Yeah,
And
it's
how
still
much
open.
is that losing a month?
Probably right now about 8,000 a month.
Ouch.
Losing.
Yeah, in that one.
I want to know what we're investing. Is it a retail location? What are you doing here?
Okay, we have one open already. We're opening our second location.
So you have one physical location.
Oh, yeah,
You
one
just opened another one.
Yeah, we're opening another one. And then we're pretty much in negotiations for our next three.
I mean, you know the question everyone's going to ask.
Yeah.
Are you even open right now?
Yes. So we've been back open for about a month and a half now because we were shut down for 3 months.
Is that location even going to survive?
Honestly, probably not. But we already have a contingency plan for that.
What's the plan?
We're opening up another store right across the street.
Is that location even going to survive?
Honestly, probably not.
How are you guys going to afford all this?
Just leftover money that we have.
You're very, very, very early.
We're opening up another store right across the street.
But until you have a profitable location, you're not investable.
Okay, understandable.
You've got to prove it with one place, and you haven't done that yet. I'm sorry, guys. It's not for me right now. I'm out.
Okay.
But I'm afraid for you, right? I'm just going to be brutally honest. You guys are grinders, and now you're looking at opening up more stores because you have the sense that when you get more stores open, you'll get more revenue and your costs will go down and somehow it'll work out. It doesn't work that way though. But when you said, I'm figuring it out, you can't do it that way. You're burning that money because if you can't get one right, it's impossible to do 2, 3, or 4.
Yes, sir.
You're not ready to take investment. So for those reasons, I'm
Thank you
out.
for everything. We really appreciate it, guys.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck, guys.
I'll be stopping in.
We gave it our best. We did good.
We tried.
All right. I had to get the moves out here because I know the guys at Miracle Cash and More, like the boogeyman is here. That's me, ladies and gentlemen, along with the other 4 horsemen. The apocalypse is upon them. I like what No Pants has said. And don't forget to go to miraclecashfacts.com because there is so much information. Once you start reading the timelines and looking at everything, you're just like, this was strictly bogus from the get-go. It's unbelievable. And seasoned professionals, seasoned investors all fell for it because they know what people are looking for. They know what they're looking for verification, but then they know later when they can't provide the verification that they're going to come up with other stories, but they already have the person's money. See, that's the difference. Once you have put money in, you're more adept to listen to what they have to say. Even though it does sound so bogus, you're still willing to listen to them because you're like, well, I invested in this. I believe it. So let me see how this plays out. And you let months go by. Letting years go by, now that's a whole nother story. We find ourselves years later. Now I'm not rocking on the boat with these guys. All right. These guys are scum as far as I'm concerned because they're sitting over there laughing at all of us, sitting over there making all these grand schemes so they can exit. So this is why you have to remember they are trying to exit, meaning they have a fraudulent DCF. They're trying to use that to exit, but they're also using that to gain money, telling people their NFTs are worth $700,000 or $800,000. So that way they get more investment. And then at the same time, they're trying to get people who are already in saying, look, we're going to try and get it that valuation. So then you can actually go there, and we'll even back it ourselves by giving you $30,000 or $27,000 or whatever. And so people are thinking, well, if they're going to give me $27,000, then I guess everything is legitimate. Because why would they give us money? Well, see, they're not. They're not going to give us money. That's what you have to understand. They never were. So they can always say anything. They can say the NFTs are worth $1 million each right now. And when you put money in, you might believe them. It's all bogus. That's what you have to remember. They got us with the we're licensed. Exactly. That's it, Miracle Bro. There you go. Welcome to the SSN Nation. Saturday, Sunday afternoon with the 4 Horsemen from previously on Zoom, which is, I'll give their names in a second, but this is exactly the point that he's making. Where license was number 1. Physical stores was number 2. The DCF was number 3. Then when they threw in the Ernst & Young, that's when people's ears perked up going, wait, and not to mention the Vodafone deal. And then later now, a year later, they're going, oh, it wasn't Vodafone. It was just one of their retail outlets that sell Vodafone. There's a huge difference between an independent cellular store and Vodafone store. That is night and day. It's not even on the same plane. So for them to be saying things like that, that's fraudulent inducement. Just what Oscar Garcia was saying today on the Zoom call, that's exactly what it is. I just simply call it fraud. I don't need to call it the fraudulent inducement like he says, but that's what it is. So when they're doing the DCF, when they're saying Ernst & Young, when they're doing all of these things, we are going to have commissions coming out in 3 months. All of that is fraud inducement to get you to get more people to sign up and to get you to maybe buy another NFT, which people did. And then when they have these meetings in Las Vegas and in Florida and Miami to get you go to the rah-rah shishkumba nonsense and see we have a room full of people who's willing to invest. Why don't you put more money in? Now they have you. So thank you, Miracle Bro, for mentioning that. That's exactly right, man. That's exactly right. And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera is exactly it. So once again, these guys are master scammers. They really are. They are master scammers. So you have to remember all of that. These guys are not amateurs. They're only amateurs from the standpoint that they decided to go into an arena that requires licensing and regulation, because that for some reason they thought they were going to be able to sidestep the licensing and regulation because they're in Cyprus on the Turkey side. Which traditionally, yeah, in that small little region, you can skirt the law and do all kind of crazy stuff. But even there, they didn't like it for the illegal gambling. So that is what we're talking about here. All right. So here we are. No Pants, one of the 4 Horsemen, went to get more beer. Exactly. I'm here now. The No Pants Prophets. Go to his channel, ladies and gentlemen. He'll have a discussion as well. You can see some of his previous videos in the last month or two where he's talking about miracle cashing. It's beautiful what he's doing. And he's doing now. And then, like I said, it's the tag team. I'm doing what they did in 2022. I'm in November 2022 right now, where you can see them saying the same thing, but for different products. The ones I'm talking about, the ATM machines, the point of sale systems and all that. And they're using the same terminology now for the casinos. They're using the same thing. Hey, you're in with this. Why don't you get the casinos? We got that, so stay in. Before we have stores. Now it's we have casinos. Stay tuned. We have Miracle Estates. That's what they just changed the product. It's the same scam. Now, when you show up at the rah-rah shishkumba BS, now you have a room full of people who are also doing the, oh, yeah, we're signed up in this. Of course you're signed up in it because you're in the cult. You're the one spending $1,200 to go see Mark Aceta, who actually does this for a living every month throughout the world. And then you have Ray over here promoting it and on behalf of Miracle, to get some ticket sales so they can be on stage, to act like they're part of this production. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, they don't get to roam around with Marcus Setta to go do his performance art. No, sorry. They have to buy their way in with you paying the freight. Then when you show up, they're spending our money to show off. Come to the yacht party. Come to this. We're going to give you this. Just what they did in Las Vegas, spent a fortune of investors' money to show off when in fact they had zero. And here we are again. And so this year in 2024, they're going to have to do another Marcus Setta, which I cannot believe that guy allows them to even get up on stage. It's sickening. Sickening. You can never say Pink Point ATM enough times. Exactly. And in case some of you don't know what we're talking about here, this is another scam that Hakan did. That's right. He told people in Turkey, Istanbul area in Turkey, that they were going to have a Pink Point ATM system. He got, what was it? $12,500 from 760 businesses. 760 victims. That's like $10 million. He did the same thing then. That's how he left with his assistant. You know who his assistant was? His wife right now. She wasn't the wife then. She was a cult follower then. But then she turned into a scammer along with him because she knew the ATM system was BS there. They were never going to hook it up. Just like right now, what system can they possibly be on? The merchant processing system. You guys do understand, if you're a crypto company, you call up a merchant processor and say, I'm a crypto company and I want to process. They're going to be like, hang up the phone. They're not going to cross that barrier. They know they have to be licensed. You think they're going to transfer and money launder for these clowns? So for them to sit there and talk about this like it's a normal thing, it's not normal, ladies and gentlemen. They will never get a merchant processing account as long as they're talking crypto. So what do these clowns do? Well, these clowns, what they do is they go, hold on a second, I got to do something. These clowns figure out, again, if they were real bad guys, even real bad guys can't figure this out. They tried to turn things into stocks by buying a shell company in Las Vegas. Sorry, I have bad news for you. The fact that you are a crypto company in the EU, then try to come over here and buy a stock company in the over-the-counter market does not get you there. You still are going to have to qualify as a company, and you're going to need licensing for the same thing you need licensing in the EU for, and you need licensing to sell stocks on any of the three majors, S&P 500. Okay, listen, NASDAQ. You need licensing. You just can't roll in there and be like, oh, we bought a company that had an OTC. No, if you want to be on NASDAQ, you're going to have to jump through some hoops. And not only are you going to have to jump through some hoops, some of your people have to be vetted. And oh, by the way, these guys may not know about the beneficial owners information report that is now needed in the United States when you have a C corporation, an LLC, and an S corp. These guys are clowns. I keep telling you, they don't know anything. And do you really think they're out here spending millions of dollars on lawyers? They very well could be, but all the lawyers, they're going to put themselves in jeopardy. That's all they're going to do. It's ridiculous. That's what's going to happen. That's all they're going to do. And by the way, since we're here tonight and we're sitting here talking with no pants, says Pink Point, check the chat room, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. The boogeymen are here. Check it out. I've mentioned this before in some of my previous videos, but since we're live tonight, why not? Why not? That's right. Why not mention this? Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. There's the link right there. Do it on your laptop or desktop. The reason why I say that is because it's simply, whatever reason, they figured out a way to block it on mobile devices, depending on what country you're in. So you may not be able to get it on your mobile devices, but on your desktop, you should be able to pull it up and you will see background. So I'm gonna have to cut this off. Clearly, sorry guys, didn't realize that I had a video playing and I hope it was muted. But I love this. I love this. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I got to show you guys something here. Hold on a second. This is beautiful work here. This is beautiful, beautiful work. If I say so myself, so much for these guys hacking my websites. Hacking my websites. I love it. I love it. Hacking my websites. These guys are clowns. Like I said, they're clowns. I want to show you guys something right now. So they are busy running around trying to hack people's websites, not realizing that this is what's going on for them, these clowns, these assholes. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder, how did this happen? Look at this. Pink ATM scam leads to miracle partnerships. ATM ordered. It's on Player FM. Oh my, that's like podcast. Oh my goodness. iVoox. Oh, here it is again. Oh no, stop struggling now on Apple Podcasts. Oops. Oh my. Oh, listen notes. Pod dash. Oh, and stop struggling now. Wait, I'm sorry. Mika. You better get your hacker boys on this. You better get your hacker boys on this. Oh, on Spotify. The Xmas Promise. Oh my, this is all over the world. I can't believe it. Just for starters, just when I put in the pink ATM scam and the address by Hakan, ooh, oh, what was that about hacking my websites? What was that? Clowns. I'm sorry, clowns. See, guys, like I said, they don't know real bad guys. They don't recognize real bad guys. They're over here playing clown games. All right. You can never say pink point enough. Exactly. Here we are. Brian P. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday Throwdown Edition. Because again, this is Takeover 2024, ladies and gentlemen. I was kindly on one of the most provocative shows against Miracle Cash and More, Cashflow NFT, Boogie Gopher Club earlier today with Casey Jackson, who does miraclecashfacts.com. Got to go check that out because there is so much information, even a cult member can't deny it any further. Then go over to No Pants Profits channel here on YouTube, and you will see him going over the nonsense from what they're talking about presently over the last 3-4 months. All right. It was a pleasure to be on with those guys. And Oscar, who was actually in-house for 2 or 3 months with them, and realizing after 2 or 3 months, this was all bogus, especially when Vegas came up, and he's in the background helping them to get their production going for when they're coming on stage in a few minutes. That's how crazy this is, ladies and gentlemen. If they don't have Oscar, Vegas doesn't happen because he's a legitimate person. But their other programmers wouldn't have been able to pull it off. So they would have had a problem. Micah would have had to go on stage acting like a dumbass that he is. All right. Hello, Eric. I hope all is well with you. Hello, SSN family. Yes, Brian P., the investor extraordinaire, is here. Thank you so much, man, for being in the house on this Sunday afternoon, because I get heated with these guys because these guys, again, came on our channel, Micah, and he acted like ordinary citizen, acted like he was trying to help people. All he was trying to do was get more people to give him money and Hakan money. And then he's going to cry like I'm a liaison. Then we find out he's on as an owner of the company. All different companies that they're creating, and they're creating so many different companies, it's ridiculous. But I want to get back to that beneficial owners report. If their company, which is Mediterra, they're going to claim, I'm pretty sure they're going to claim that they took over in December of 2023, which is good for us. Because these clowns don't realize that they have to put out a beneficial owners report in 90 days, which is going to coincide with the first quarter of their report for their company, Mediterra. After the 90 days, they're not going to want to give up personal information, photo or passport IDs, and all this information to FinCEN. So they're going to do what they normally do, not do it at all. Now it's going to have a $500 a day fine, up to $10,000. So they'll breach that. They'll go to 10 grand. They got millions of dollars from us. So, but after they breach that, subject to jail. And it's FinCEN. So you really think you're going to be able to operate a stock company on any of the major stock exchanges? I love it. These guys got themselves in a bind, and I'm here all for it, because now United States citizens can go after their ass. I'm just saying, they're going to be on American soil. The DOJ can go after their ass. Ebru Torahan is the CEO. We've never seen her, but the DOJ and all them boys are going to be trying to see her. It's going to be hilarious. Hilarious. I'm here all for it. I'm here for it, ladies and gentlemen. Miracle Bro, I love how they roll out their new projects and nobody flinches in their Telegram. Miracle Estates, Miracle Soccer Team, etc. And the cult members eat it up like exactly like it's candy. That's what I'm saying, Miracle Bro. I can't believe it. This is why I call them a cult at this point. And then when Micah is sitting on their Zoom calls, these are professional Zoom calls, and they're advocating to go after people, to harm them. I'm like, what kind of business is this? This is an interesting business. You're going to get people in jail or killed by trying to violate somebody, and then you're going to sit over in Cyprus, where you can't be touched at the moment, trying to figure out how you can become a Cyprus citizen so you can't be touched, or try to figure out your way to Dubai so you can't be touched. But guess what, Micah and everybody else? No matter what country you're in, American passport means you can be touched. All right? Just stop the nonsense. I don't know where you guys are from, but all I know is I can go wherever you can go. All right? It's that simple. So I'm just saying, so can a bunch of other people. So with all these threats you're making, it would be wise if you act like a business and act like neutral, like you're Switzerland. You should not be threatening people and trying to go after people and having other people do your bidding, because you're so weak and pathetic. That's why you're going to do some nonsense like that, because you ain't going to do it yourself. So you got to send some minions to come do it, your cult followers, and then get your cult followers dead or hemmed up. I'm just saying. So I'm pretty sure some of your cult followers might be watching this channel, and they might want to think, because there's some people out there acting all big and bad. I wish I run into you in person. That's what people have said to me. I'm just like, are you really serious right now? And the thing is, luckily, I'm a little older, and luckily, I can't take civilians seriously. I can't take a normal investor dude seriously like I wish I could see you in person. I can't take that serious. Now, if you're going to act like Hakan and act like you're some sort of boss with the mob, and you say some stuff like that, I will then take that seriously, and then I'll come see you. All right? Let's just put it like it is. So don't be out here acting all big and bad when you're a civilian. That's the first thing. Second thing, sending other people to come do your bidding is so weak. That's pathetic. If you're all big and bad, and that goes with Ray, that goes with what's his name, Ed, all you guys. Because I had a conversation with Ed one time on the phone. He started talking noise, and I was just like, "Whoa, wait, what? I'm just asking questions here, man. You guys, what you're doing is BSing." Whoa, wait, yeah. We had a mediator on the phone, luckily, because I was about to go off. And then it's like he invited me saying, "Are you coming to Miami?" And I said, "What? I'm not coming down to Miami. You guys are lying to people." I said, "If I come to Miami and you lie in my face, we got problems." I said, "Right now, we have no problems because we got in our little thing. But in person, you're going to lie to me? I'm putting my hands on you. All right? I know me. So I'm not going to put myself in that situation. All right. So why bother? I'm not going to fly to Miami, then go bust up you guys doing whatever you're doing in person, make a fool of myself. So then you guys can go, see, this guy's a bad guy. No, I'm not going to put myself in that position. And you ain't going to lie to me in my face. You can lie to me on the phone. You can lie to me in videos, but don't be trying to lie to me in my face and act like I'm supposed to love it, because we got issues. All right. Let's just call it what it is. I can't wait, says Brian P. Exactly, man. That's it. Eric, you got to put new batteries in the fire alarm. I kept hearing that and had to go change the batteries in mine. Didn't realize that was your house, not mine. That's funny, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry about that. All right, but back to these clowns. You guys have to stop taking these guys serious. They are not serious business people. All right? It's that simple. So once you guys understand that none of this is real, the casinos, none of their miracle estates, they need more money to make this happen. They're bribing some of the whoever in Cyprus. That's all they're doing to make it look like they're doing something. All their soccer team is a black hole. They don't have enough revenue for that coming in. They have to pay the players if they're getting paid. And then they don't have enough people in the stands for the revenue to pay it. So you're paying it. You're going to be paying their salaries. You're going to be paying for Ebru's mayoral run this year. That's what you guys are going to be doing. Anybody that's putting any money into it. It's not. So we have to talk about it. So I'm happy to talk about it. Yeah, that was a video, I think, in the background, quite frankly. I didn't realize it was on. But that's funny. So anyhow, I'm very happy that I was on with the guys today. Go check them out. Miracle Facts, miraclecashfacts.com. They tried to hack their website, Casey's website. They did hack mine. So, but I'm not mad because, like I said, my website wasn't the main thing. We could go get shirts and hats and things like that. I can make articles and I can have stuff up there, but it wasn't a main. Millions or thousands of people went to that website. I rarely even talked about it. So I got to thank No Pants Profits for ordering the hat. All right. Be legendary. All right. I love that support. Thank you so much for that, No Pants. So they're going to pay the players in Phoenix token. Exactly. Again, if you're going to have a casino, you need casino licensing. Then you're going to need crypto licensing. If you're going to pay, how are you going to pay in crypto? They're not even liquid. They're not even, first of all, they don't even have a blockchain to put their Phoenix token on. They don't even have an exchange to put their Phoenix token on other than their own. This is all smoke and mirrors. None of it is legitimate. They don't have the infrastructure to begin with, and they're not going to create the infrastructure. That means they would have to give out hundreds of thousands of dollars to the people that know what they're doing. Instead, they're going to have the foolery team. They're going to have the Micahs, Hakan Whisperer, right? They're going to have the Eds, the Rays, the Melanies, right? You're going to have the Frenchies making videos about how he all went over there and saw something until he doesn't. You're going to have Anthony Velasquez making threats to people. And like he's Mr. Know-It-All. You're going to have all this going on. And I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, they're all BSers. That's all they are. And they're hoping they can figure out just something so they can exit. We need customer service. We need people out here trying to sign up other people because we're going to run out of money. And if we give people down payments for these real estate properties, that money's gone. If we make these partnership deals or these deals that are not partnership deals, it's just normal business deals where I have to give $75,000, $100,000 to fire blocks, but we really don't have a blockchain or anything to do with that. Really, that money's gone. They can't get it back. Any money for stores, they can't get that back either. So in order to keep their scam going, they have to make it look like it. So when you guys are calling up fire blocks, when you're calling up Lloyd's of London When you're calling up Ernst & Young, when they said Ernst & Young was checking them out, doing their DCF, which they're not, then people found out, wait, they never heard of you. We don't know what you're talking about. You're not really working with Vodafone. All that stuff comes into play. And so when there's people that drop out, we don't get to drop out. We don't get to opt out. We already gave them money. We can't opt out now. We can't get our money back. We can't say we want our money back, even though you can say it, but they won't. And then it's too late. You've already given. Now they get to laugh at us. Fair enough. That's what scammers do, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. All right? That's what they do. So we will see what happens. Exactly. They're going to pay in Phoenix token for sure. Remember, they're giving nodes away for free now in a desperate attempt to sell more nodes. Yeah, I didn't know nothing about that because we've been blocked. I've been blocked on all their correspondence channels, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Telegram, whether it was WhatsApp. I've been blocked. So I don't know anything about any nodes. And what's even funnier is anybody in people's downlines or anybody that's been blocked, they're not able to tell anybody about anything new as well. So these guys are defeating their whole purpose on running a scam because nobody's going to know about it. Hardly, it's less and less people. And then when they start doing their nodes and people start scouting, they find the No Pants channel. They find the Miracle Cash Facts. They're listening on their podcast channel stations. Like, wait, I wanted to invest in Miracle Cash. Let's see what these guys are talking about. Wait, we didn't even know they were doing all this stuff a year ago. Well, all we know about is some nodes. We didn't know Oscar was actually helping them create their API for the node software and it could never hook to anything. We thought they were actually working. We thought we'd go in and hit a button. And then we saw some point scrolling about or rewards. And we're thinking it's working when in fact they have no blockchain. And Oscar doesn't work there anymore. And now they're saying he's worthless. But yet they had him working with them. It's crazy talk. Crazy stuff right now. So all of that this is even more wild. What was so sickening was, and I'll use No Pants term, if you were keen, in fact, I'm not even going to use his Keen thing. I'm just going to say the name. Kathy Keen was on a call with Micah and node holders from their, I think it was batched. It was either Ulala, I think it was batched. Batched nodes because of their problem. Kathy Keen and Micah was on a call, special Saturday call. And the people that had those batch nodes, Kathy Keen was acting like the savior. Oh, Micah and Miracle, they're going to let you be on their node program. No, it was another scheme, ladies and gentlemen. There was no blockchain. So their other scheme was, I was on the call. I hope I have it recorded because that would be priceless. But anyhow, the thing about it is, Kathy Keen was telling people, and Micah is on there, we're going to help you so you don't have to lose all your money. We're only going to charge you like $1,000 or $1,200 or $800. I can't remember the number, but it was, I think, $800 for everybody that owns a node with batch. We'll charge you $800. And I'm like listening, like, I thought you were trying to save them. I thought you were trying to help them. All you're trying to do is have people give you money. Kathy Keen was in on it to give them money to pay Micah into the Miracle program, which there was no Miracle program. There is no nodes. There is no blockchain to validate. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't rocket science out here. It sounds like it, but it's not. Okay. So now with this latest scheme, I can only imagine. I don't even know what free means. There's no blockchain. I don't know what that means. You might as well, the nodes were always free. The fact that Kathy Keen and Micah put a scam together to charge these people like if they were actually bailing them out, it was sickening to listen to. So I've never heard, they don't even talk about the nodes because anybody in crypto, the answers, people would be asking questions down below in their chat rooms. They'd be saying, okay, so you have nodes, but what blockchain is it on? And as soon as they don't say Miracle Blockchain, they can't say it's on Binance. They can't say it's on any other blockchain, FTM, Phantom. They can't say it's on Ether. They can't. I mean, what are they going to say here? What blockchain? I mean, this is insane. Cult followers believe in that nonsense. No Pants. Kathy Keene is 100% liable for every American investor they have sold to. Exactly, No Pants Profits. I agree with you. And No Pants, I want to ask you something since you're here on this live stream. Let me know if you, I think, mentioned that you do have an MBA, right? Because that's what makes this funny, because they look at people like me, people like No Pants Profits, and they think they don't know anybody's background. And they're sitting here acting like they are know everything about financials. And I'm like, if you did, then you would know. You can't even do what you're saying. That's what's so funny to me. I'm sitting there, and I believe No Pants has an MBA. Okay. They are heartless. Exactly, they're heartless. Exactly. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something I've never even done in a long time, because just like No Pants and what we did earlier today, we said, hey, we love to have Micah and the rest of them come on screen, right? That's what we were doing. We love these guys to come talk because they block everybody that asks questions in their groups. So what I'm going to do right now, here, I'm going to put in this chat room. Let me see. I'm going to put in my chat room. Somebody can join us on screen right now. That's right. Here's the link. You want to come in the back office and chit chat? This goes for if No Pants, a Q and not, well, you can put on you don't have to show your face. You can put an emoji on. I mean, turn off your webcam and we'll just put in a random emoji. All right. So you don't have to show your face, and we can hear your voice if you want to come on. I put it in the chat room. This is rare. I rarely do this, just in case for the night, because I feel like it, because I think people need to know. Q Anonymous Victim became a YouTube. Oh man, thank you so much, Q Anonymous Victim. I appreciate that. I humbly appreciate the financial support, because there's other stuff that goes on. It's not just Mike and those guys. Again, a lot of people don't realize I may have 15,000 subscribers. Oh, Casey's here. Richard, the gang, 3 of the Horsemen's in the house. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, hey, I shouldn't say we have problems. Miracle Cash and more just got more problems. They're in the house, ladies and gentlemen, in the back office. This is going to be epic. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. See, No Pants might play that drunk guy. He might play that cruise guy. He might play I'm busting scammers guy. But this guy, this right here, he knows finance. He knows terms. He plays around, which a lot of us do, because when we know things, we don't have to shout it to the hills. We don't have to walk around with our degrees and stuff. We don't have to say anything. We know what we're talking about. Casey's in the house as well. Oh yeah, let me bring up all these guys, man. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. This is like nightmare. Oh, hello, gentlemen. Here, Richard No Pants is here. Oh, gentlemen, what's going on
right here? I'm watching some fire dancing right here.
Oh.
I'm out of brewery.
I didn't expect anybody to be on. Hold on. I didn't expect anybody to be on. I have to go get some headphones if I'm going to be on. So I'm going to let you guys are going to be on yourselves for
we're taking over the channel, huh?
Headphones on. I'll be out in the background. So it's the takeover this time. There we go.
The drunk guy's out of beer. He needs more beer. Wow. Okay, so we've now taken over someone else's YouTube.
We're just bouncing around from channel to channel, taking over, huh?
I guess so. I mean, that's the goal, is to just spread the word.
I posted a comment that got deleted. He probably wasn't sure what it was. I thought it was kind of funny because I thought my what's going on there?
Oh, it's like a fire show going on behind me.
Well, I thought my fire alarm was going off. So I had to go change the battery to my fire alarm. It turns out it wasn't mine. It was Eric's.
I got a fire show. I had to leave home to get more beer, so I had to go to one of the breweries that I have ownership in to go pick up some beer, and they have a fire show going on.
I think it's pretty crazy right now because we got a lot of people all coming together now, and we got you, me, and Oscar, and Eric are all coming out and talking about American Cash and busting this thing, man. These guys need to be exposed, and so it's great that
we've been trying for a while, but I mean, there's no hiding anymore.
I've been at it for 3.5 months, but people are starting to come out, and we got a lot of people who have been contacting us. And
I mean, you know the people who have reached out to you privately. I know the people that have reached out to me privately. You know,
we've got ex-employees, we've got existing employees, we've got a ton of people who are all starting to realize this thing is fake, and people got to stop giving these guys money.
I mean, I think that's done. The fact that they're now giving out free nodes tells you it's pretty much done.
Well, here's why I think they give away nodes is because people got to go log in and press the node button, and you go in. It's a click a button.
And that's what sells the cult.
But once you realize, hey, if I buy more of these things, I can be 2 or 3 times more productive. So people got to buy more instead of going click one button, and I can money. That's why they're giving away because they've already admitted the nodes don't do anything, right?
Well, no, the new DeFi project.
So they just admitted yesterday these nodes don't do anything.
Yeah, trust me, I'm just refilling my beer supply to start from 11:11. And I think where is Eric? He's putting my stuff up. Yeah, I mean you're a finance guy. You know finance. I know finance. I mean, I'm literally at a brewery that I own that makes physical beer. So like, why wouldn't I be here? You know, that's the reality. After I sit in front of a computer for 3 hours, if you got a fire show going on a brewery with an ownership stake in, you go to the damn fire show, don't you?
You're not on a cruise right now?
No, I'm home. Well, what's funny is there's a cruise ship port right there, where we're literally like a quarter mile away from the port of Fort Lauderdale. Which this is a brewery called Lauder Ale. It's a hard to find, easy to drink.
That's
but
awesome.
back to the subject at hand. I mean, I think the fact that we're all coming together, when they start seeing that's going to scare the absolute shit out of them.
Yeah.
Because we all know little pieces of the puzzle. We all know it's a scam, but we all can prove different ways that it's a scam. Like me as a finance bro, I hate to say finance bro. I never worked on Wall Street or anything like that. But me as an MBA, you know, I can't believe that Micah's finally starting to tell the truth. He's saying that, you know, your shares in this company could go up or could go down. The price of the coin could go up or could go down. I swear he never said that before, did he? He just said it only goes up and to the right, right?
That's right. That's all he's ever said.
But now he's starting to tell the truth. I'm not giving him a pass for everything he's ever said, you know what I mean? But I find it kind of amusing that now he's starting to tell the truth, don't you?
It's hilarious. It's because of you, Casey. You guys are putting pressure. A lot of it.
Yeah. I'm getting on. I mean, and your channel, Eric, here's the thing. Like, your channel is a finance channel. My channel is a goddamn cruise ship channel. And I'm putting pressure on it. It's the goddamn get drunk and go on a cruise ship channel. And,
exactly.
And you know, I don't say this on my channel a lot, but do you know why I get drunk and go on a cruise ship? Well, because I bought Bitcoin at $100 and I bought Tesla shares at less than $1, price adjusted. That's why I do what I do, you know? And what's so funny is when this asshat talks about leveraging your assets, that's what I do full time. I leverage existing assets and then sell enough of the assets off to pay the interest on the money I'm borrowing of the asset, so I don't have those tax implications.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't usually get to talk like this because I'm usually, not talking. But I mean, everything they're saying is doable, but not with their garbage shitcoin or their NASDAQ filing tokens or their NFTs or whatever. As weird as it sounds, there's some legitimate business. Wow, this guy's like fire breathing in a parking lot right now. I swear, the weird shit I get myself into. You just like put a fireball. You can see that's fire back there.
And I run several legitimate businesses, right? My tax returns are over 500 pages. I've lost a little bit of money on some deals, but my business is I find good deals, right? And I'm mostly in the real estate business. I do some other stuff, but when they do things like, let's just take, for example, the casino, right? When you're raising money for a business like that, you put a business plan together, you show a pro forma, you say, hey, we're going to build it. It's going to cost this much. We're going to market. That's going to cost this much. And here's what we're projecting our revenues to be. You have something to show investors. Here's what it is that you're investing in. And you put a document. They call it a deck sometimes, an investment deck. And you put a deck together and you take that to your investors and you invest in that. These guys don't do any of that stuff, right? They don't even know how to put the investment deck together, much less actually run a casino. They've never run Polygon's run a legal online casino. And he couldn't even run that very well because the reason he got busted in his casino is because some guy, they had to pay him out $40,000 and they didn't want to pay him. So what they do, that guy went to the authorities and said, hey, this guy's running a casino. So they can't even run a casino the right way, right? And so, but now they have a store in Germany they were supposed to open. They told everybody it was open a year and a half ago. It couldn't open because they couldn't complete contracting on a couple $100,000 store, right? They got a year delay because they couldn't complete contracting on a couple $100,000 store. Yet you expect these guys are actually bought this casino. Which we don't know. Maybe they bought it. I don't know. I'd like Mika to start talking more about this casino. Talk about it, Mika. Let us know about the casino. Show us the miracle sign that you're going to put on top of the casino, right? Start talking about it. We were asking you to talk about it.
No. It can't be called Miracle. It needs to be a new company. Don't you understand?
Oh,
you have to keep creating new companies.
Right. In Estonia, based it. The managers are in UK and Australia. Yeah. So they've got to come through. And these guys can't do construction on a store, much less you think they're going to do tens of millions of dollars construction and then run a casino, staff the casino, manage it, manage a hotel, manage all this stuff, and put all this stuff together. You think that they're going to do all that? Well, we'll see, but put an investment deck together, Mika. That's what investors do. That's what you do.
Wait. Hold on. This is a crypto project, right? Didn't they have a white paper? Didn't they have a white paper? Let's go.
We can talk for 2 or 3 hours about the casino alone, but between the time he announced the casino, in the last 2 weeks, we got a DeFi project. There's a car racing thing. There's a wait a minute, fantasy soccer app. All this shit. Oh, wait, and there's another channel. Wait. There's miraclesport.com. I'll put a post of that. There's a new channel they got. I mean, you can't keep up.
Oh my God. This is insanity.
And look, look, you can't keep up with my beer glass is empty. I got to refill my beer glass. I'm literally waiting in line right now to get my beer glass refilled.
Oh my goodness. Man, Casey, this is just, it's nonstop. It's like they're just flooding the airways with nonsense, hoping that they can get something to stick. It's ridiculous.
And I think their goal is they think if they just completely confuse, it's like, it's just confusing the enemy, right? Just confuse, right? That's the best way to, the ancient art of war is the best way to win is start with confusion. Right? Confuse the enemy.
Another sexy fantasy.
So that's what they're doing. It's just
I'm drinking. Hold on, I got to share with the audience. I'm drinking a Belgian Imperial Red, 9.5%. It's called Sexy Santa Suit. That's why I can still hold out hope for miracle coming by Christmas, because I got a 9.5% Belgian Red that's called Sexy Santa Suit, and it's my glass was empty. Thank you. My glass is empty now. Do you want to know what the name of my glass is? I have a glass name here that's just mine. I am Captain Shitcoin. No joke. Like, I am known here. I am known at this brewery as Captain Shitcoin, and I shall be addressed as such. The problem is you can't see it because my beer's so dark right now. But I've been chasing shitcoins forever. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. In your audience would appreciate a good shitcoin story. I chased Shiba. I chased Dogecoin from when they were at like the miracle price.
Yep.
The miracle friends and family price. But due to the fact they had a video yesterday that I know in your timeline you'll eventually get to, but I'll have a copy of it for you by the time they pull that video down. Because trust me, the second Oscar actually serves them, the entire YouTube channel comes down. You know that.
Right.
We don't have Oscar. We don't have Oscar right now, so we can talk a little bit more freely from a legal perspective. But the second he serves them, it's over.
Right.
Oscar, I love Oscar, but Oscar wants them to come to the U.S. more than anything else. Micah knows the second he comes to the U.S., he's arrested.
That's correct.
Micah knows. Micah's done. The problem was he hasn't named Ed or Melanie or what's the other guy's name?
Ed, Melanie, Ray.
Ray. None of them have been named in the lawsuit yet, so they haven't been served.
Right.
Now, they're American citizens. They have the rights to due process. But when you're going in and out of the country, if you got a lawsuit pending, you're going to get detained until you get served.
Right.
I mean, I know some things I don't want to say, but let's just put it like this. Mediterra already has legal representation in the U.S. through the company that's filed shell company. But still, if you serve that legal representation, they are considered served.
Yep.
That's correct.
Registered agent. Yep.
There's a registered agent in the U.S.
That's
the
correct.
thing is, I mean, I think it's very obvious that, and we discussed this on my channel, the money's gone. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
The money's gone.
I agree.
I mean, like we're now. If you saw yesterday, they have. You didn't talk about this one, Casey, because you might have not caught it because you're not in the Telegram channels or anything like that. They just started a 6-camera sports streaming service, and this is the new one. This is the miraclescore.tv. Yeah. They have a 6-camera sports streaming service that is that's streaming directly to their app, which is obviously not their app. And if you go on their website, Eric, you have StreamYard. You have the ability to pull up a video in StreamYard. It's not one we looked at before. Their most recent video on Miracle Cash, where we will commentate over it. You won't have any issues. It's actually not even theirs. That's from a news broadcast on Boogie Gopher Club. Literally, they have the president of not Cyprus, but the Northern Cyprus. It's their most recent video, and they dubbed over it. They dubbed over it like a 12-year-old. We didn't get to this one in my video. I'll give you some good content for your people. Just look at their most recent video. If you can put it on StreamYard. Casey hasn't seen this yet either.
No way. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Let me get to their web. It's on their website.
No. It's on Boogie Gopher Club. YouTube. It's the most recent YouTube video on Boogie Gopher Club.
All right. Let me see.
And we'll commentary on it, so we'll be safe.
All right. Yeah. I'm not worried about it.
You got. By the way, I just found a new one. You know, I've been documenting all of their revenue streams and companies. Right? They got point of sale ATM machines, physical stores, soccer broadcasting rights, crypto television channel, fantasy soccer app. Anyway, I just saw a new one, Miracle Deal. Do you guys know? Have you guys heard of that one?
Yes, that's old.
Is that their car selling app? Is that how they sell cars?
No. Miracle Deal is supposedly the Vodafone stuff. And then they morphed it into Miracle Installments. And it was supposed to be a Miracle Home.
So Eric, the first one, the one white logo on a black background. It's the most recent video.
The white.
We'll commentate. Okay. So scroll down. You see where it says Miracle? That one, yeah. Have you watched that yet? It's glorious.
No, I haven't watched it.
It's glorious. Just hit play. You're gonna want to make it full screen because it's a funky shape. I've already downloaded all this, so even if they take it down, it's glorious.
Okay.
But nobody could understand it. Nobody could understand it in Turkish. So they translate it to English, but it's like a bad Japanese dub.
There's one you know. Well, in the infrastructure projects, it is extremely important that these young people witness success. Today is such a meaningful day, similar to our 12th founding president.
Is this what it looks like?
To commemorate the anniversary of his death. He's here this
afternoon. Is this what it looks like?
No, it shouldn't be.
Yeah, that's what I
old, with a mix of
This is what I've always gotten when I pulled it up.
Encounter. Whatever the outcome,
it doesn't come up a normal
friendship
video.
And solidarity, especially coming from a place like England.
Yeah, I don't see it. This is how it's always come up for me.
They produce a lot of matches, valuable and precious. Therefore,
But
I would like to
that's a dubbing. That's a dubbing of
That's
a dubbing of the president of Northern Cyprus.
Federation, Hasan Sartoglu, and from the UK.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, this doesn't come clear. That's why I barely started watching it before, because I was like, what is this?
I have a clear copy, but literally it's literally a translation. I'm not near it right now. No, I'm out and about.
Okay.
If I could give you the clear copy, I would, but I'm literally at a brewery right now.
Yeah.
Because you know I'm an alcoholic, you know, and you know what? At least I'm not.
Tatar is with us. You're most welcome.
This is crazy.
Yeah,
that's insane.
But these are the kinds of things. These are the kinds of things, Eric, that they're feeding to their people to try and keep hope alive, or as they use it, faith alive. You know, we are faith. I know we are fear, and they are faith. They want to keep. You understand? It's collapsing. The Ponzi is collapsing. It's obvious it's collapsing. People are coming out of the woodwork, coming to me, coming to Micah. We thought this would happen immediately after Christmas. But now, I mean, it's accelerating. It's accelerating. And look, Eric, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure people are coming to you too. You know?
Yeah. People hit me up all the time.
You know, it's like we're done. We're done with this stuff. But here's the problem: there is no solution. You know, all Mediterra has right now is 2 broken down cars. Now, if Mediterra in their next quarterly report were to take, to take possession of these casinos, who the hell knows what the casinos are even worth? You know, we know they don't own any of the stores, and they're leasing all the stores. That's an obvious fact. Because if they own the stores, they're morons. They're morons.
There's nothing they can do at the stores.
Right.
I mean, it's an exchange. So who goes to a store to buy crypto? You do it on your phone, right? You do it on your computer. You don't need a store for that. What are you going to give you a thumb drive or something?
I mean, that was my favorite. I didn't mention in the video earlier, that short video they made. Oh, we have a POS that does online and offline transactions. I swear to you, one of the scams, literally, one of the scams I took down that actually had a coin, right? And this is what led me to this one. One of the scams I took down said they were taking their crypto fully offline, so I couldn't mess with it anymore. And I was like, wait. You're taking your crypto offline, so I can't mess with it anymore? And hey, here's what's screwed up. The person who did that with his scam is one step down from Kathy Keene. Look, Oscar's got some legal beef with Kathy Keene. That's why I respected not saying it on the other stream. That's why I said it all cagey. Oscar was legally involved with Kathy Keene. Just FYI. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. I mean, Batched was him and Kathy Keene.
That's correct.
You know that. You know that. I know that. Everyone knows that. And Kathy brought in every American citizen that's in on this Miracle Cash and More, Boogie Gopher, Cashflow, whatever the fuck you want to call them, scam. I didn't even check if I curse on your channel, but I think I can. Whatever you want to call them, scams, whatever you want to call them, Kathy brought them all in.
That's right.
Kathy's gonna need to go live in Dubai too. But I will tell you one thing you said. I was listening earlier before I jumped on. If you pay the Dubai government enough, it doesn't matter whether you have an American passport or not. There's so many Americans hiding out there. Dubai does not extradite to America for financial crimes. Period.
Exactly. That's true. That's very true.
So even if you have an American passport, you got to pay the government a couple $100,000, and then they just say, oh, no. And he's also applied for Dubai green card. We're not going to extradite them. I mean, where do you think? I'm sure Casey's not. Yeah.
There's no extradition in Cyprus, in Northern Cyprus either, is there?
No.
Well, the problem comes from you can't do much in life in Northern Cyprus. Dubai, people can escape to. There's no extradition in Northern Cyprus, but it's much easier for Micah to get residency in Dubai. He can pull this. Northern Cyprus will extradite a non-resident. That's the difference. Dubai is known as so I'm sure Eric will know this, but you won't know this, Casey. There was a scam that all the crypto bros were in called Daisy, DAS.ai. It was an automated Forex Ponzi scheme with crypto. You know that one. And do you know where all the people in Daisy went? They all went to Dubai.
Exactly. They can hang out in Cyprus, but Cyprus is not worth it. That's the problem. So
there's no money in Cyprus.
Exactly.
Once you're known as a scammer there, and look, here's the funny thing. If it's going to benefit their government to turn them over, the Cyprus government will turn them over like super quick. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you have like the EU. Cyprus wants to be recognized as Northern Cyprus wants to be recognized as a real country. In being recognized as a real country, they will do whatever it takes to be recognized. Dubai is already recognized as a country. So Casey, I don't think Cyprus is as safe as you think it is. You know, you get one change in political party. No, I'm just saying, get one change in political party, it's over.
Hakan did get arrested, right? And he did serve a year in prison in Cyprus, so you can't just get away with everything, right? I mean,
no.
He was convicted there, right? And so.
And I think they're very careful to not scam Northern Cyprus citizens.
Right.
I think that the Northern Cyprus citizens are their employees. I mean, yes, they're scamming their employees. I don't think they're selling the coin to anybody in Northern Cyprus because then that can go after them. It's kind of like I told Oscar, and I've said this to Casey. I don't know if I said this to Eric. You know, they made all these Ernst & Young claims. No matter where you want to hide in Dubai, you know who operates in Dubai as a legitimate business? Ernst & Young. So you're liable civilly in Dubai. Yeah, you might not be criminally extradited to the U.S., but you literally said, I'm not saying you, but they literally said hundreds of times that Ernst & Young was approving their discounted cash flows. Now,
yeah, that's BS. Right?
Just as an FYI, I have a family member that used to be a partner in Ernst & Young. So I immediately asked him, can I get a phone number for someone in Ernst & Young? He gave it to me. I called them up immediately. You know what they said? They never heard of Miracle Cash anymore.
Well,
Same with Lloyd's of London Bank.
Same thing. I called a friend who works in the policy department at Coinbase, and because there's a 2022 video of Mika
Eric brought that video to light.
Of Hakan going, Coinbase, they're with us. We partner? Yep, we're partners with Coinbase. And so I reached out to her and I said, can I get an official opinion or official letter stating that they are part of you? And they're like, they're not. And she's like, they definitely are not. And so they're claiming that they are. And so anyway, we're gonna send that video over to them. They can we get a letter from Coinbase saying they're not with us. We're not partners with them.
Exactly.
I mean, they're paying Fireblock. It's cool. You know, there's a website that you use to design other websites, UI UX, called Figma. I guarantee you, if you ask Mike a heads up, straight up, are you partners with Figma? He'd go, yes. Why? Because we're paying Figma $10 a month for their basic UI design plan.
Exactly.
You know,
that's how they do it. They're paying people calling themselves partners. It's just ridiculous.
I think we need to go back to the very fundamentals and say, what are the numbers? Give us the numbers on Spain, right? 10,000 machines. We get all the clips of everything that they've said, like just for Spain, for example. Because they want to make it complicated. We try to keep up. We just make it real simple. So give us the numbers for Spain. How many point of sale systems do you have in Spain? How many ATM machines do you have in Spain? How many stores do you have in Spain? How many? What
we know the answer. We know the answer.
Right.
Exactly.
So we're chasing over here, and they're just like going over here all over the place, and we're like squirrels, everybody's like just trying to keep up, right? I think we just need to hammer them down to some basic points. Where are the basic numbers, right? Don't say. They love to say, "Oh, that's coming up sometimes."
See, Casey. I think you need to go even more basic than that. I understand Spain was the beginning, but everything was based on them having a blockchain. Exactly. Everything is based on them having a blockchain.
And they say they have a miracle. The miracle coin is a blockchain, right? No.
but I mean, Spain is based on them having a blockchain. I got Micah to finally admit to me that it was a level 2 blockchain on top of another chain, which is not a valid use for utility coins. Let's be very clear. It's not a valid use at all.
Be careful! Don't use the word Phoenix. I own the copyright to that, guys. I'm not sure on what you guys say in the word Phoenix token. You might be messing with my brand here. I'm gonna get my letter from the copyright office. I don't have it here close by, but I'm gonna make sure. I'll let you this time, Eric, use it for the purpose of this one. But in the future, I might come after your ass because that's mine.
Casey. Yeah, like I said, Eric. I'm gonna be in Texas for 2 days. Me and Casey are gonna meet up. Casey's got some crazy plans. Casey's got some crazy friggin' plans. I
gonna
have
be
I have a feeling I'm gonna have to put on some fake titties and be his Melanie, and then he's
Oh Jesus! Don't do
hey Micah, hey Micah, I gotta get everything together for you.
Don't do it. That's gonna be wrong, man. Don't do it.
Because
Are you gonna
because
are you gonna get the blonde hair too?
Oh yeah, I mean wigs and stuff are cheap except around Halloween. You can find them on clearance year round. But I mean, I think the important thing is to work back to. I agree with Casey, but even one step further is: do they have a blockchain? And look, you can hire some Indian developers to make you a blockchain that's a fork of something very easily. They didn't even do that.
No.
Right now, they're still. They say they're building an exchange. They had a whole video the other day with the founder of this new exchange that they're doing. That's a DeFi exchange, and they have nothing but Figma mockups. Which Figma is? It's a UI UX software, just for your audience, they didn't know. And they're literally taking clips from TradingView and showing the charts from TradingView because they don't have their own charts or anything.
Exactly.
I mean, all this is now. This is something I don't think you or Casey even know. Last night I went to a magic show. Do you want to know what I did before I got into crypto or anything like that as a hobby? I busted scammers that said they were psychics, that said they could talk to God, that said they could do all these other things like that. No. So that's why I have a finance background, and I'm watching scammers, and I'm like, oh my God, this is like I was made to do this. And one of the strangest emails I ever got from Micah, and I don't think I've shared this with you, Eric. One of the strangest emails I ever got is he goes, well, you want to turn me in to the IRS for doing something to get a whistleblower bonus. Why not work for the IRS? I think the most important thing that your audience needs to know, and my audience needs to know, is what we're doing is what the government can't do. Because if the government does it, it's considered entrapment.
Right.
That's the important thing. We are exposing this because we have to. We can't let the government do this on their own. I made Casey watch a movie yesterday or today, and I said it was a good movie. He said it was terrible, but essentially it was called The Beekeeper. I'm not going to make you watch it after Casey said it was terrible. But
Jason
essentially, yes, it was Jason Statham, and he was going after scammers that went after like grandmas and stuff online. And you know why he went after them? Because the government wouldn't, so he just go murder them all.
Wow.
I wish we were the beekeeper. You know.
Wow.
But here's the thing:
is that what we're going to call ourselves, the beekeepers?
No.
No.
I like the 4 horsemen. I like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse for miracle. That's what I like.
I put in your chat. I put a link to the SEC complaint form.
No. You can't. Sorry, Kate. You guys, if you put a link in my chat room, you can't do it. It's blocked.
I'm sorry.
It's blocked.
Okay.
Put the first part. And then just put .com, spell it out.
SEC complaint form, right? Just search for it. SEC complaint form, people can find it. And go in and the more complaints that they get, the more people might
But in the end of the day, boys, I've gone after 3 of these before. I want to wrap up because I want to go watch the fire show here and drink more beer.
Right on.
So in the end of the day, here's what you got to understand. All we have to do is cut off new investors, and this kills itself. The SEC is going to take years to investigate this. Right. Is Micah III going to never step foot in the United States again? I truly believe that. Is Melanie going to have to flee to Dubai? I truly believe that.
Wow.
Is Kathy Keene going to end it all by sending herself an Amazon package and paper cutting herself to death?
Wow. That's bold predictions, I will say.
No. But I'm saying, the government moves slow. We're not the beekeepers, but here's what we're doing. We are providing information. And when we provide that information, I like to say, like they used to say back on Magic School Bus back in the day, knowledge is power. That's right. We're preventing new investors from joining. Every time we make a piece of content and a new person sees it that might invest, they're going to think twice. That's all we want. That's all we want here.
Yeah,
so,
and for people who think that we're killing the deal, then if they make all this money and they've got all these services and everything, they should be making all the money in the world. They don't need new investors. We're not doing anything. We're just cutting off the flow of new people get.
And remember, I mean, any business has criticism. Tesla has critics. Apple has critics. When Oscar was talking about non-disclosure agreements earlier, I don't have it with me now, so I can legally say this. Directly to my left, I have a pair of the Apple glasses, which are not released yet. If you want to talk about a non-disclosure agreement you don't fuck with, it's an Apple non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah,
you know,
that's right. That's right.
I don't know now. When it's not next to me, I can say I have them. But if it's right next to me, I can't say I have them, if that makes sense. They don't come out for 3 weeks. You know, that's the reality of a game. So I want your people to know. A lot of people that are watching this from your end are like, why are these guys doing this, and why am I doing it? I'm doing it because, and I said this on my channel, I love crypto, and I the only way to cut off a Ponzi scheme is to prevent new investments. And the fact that, how do we know this is working, is because every time they talk about us, don't they?
Yep.
You know, I know we all have places to live, but you know where we also live? We live in their heads rent free. We live in every thought. We live in every thought they make rent free.
I would agree.
That's the way I feel about this. I mean,
well, let me know, Richard. Let me know something.
Yeah.
In Florida, does anybody know the rule of communications? If you're in Florida, if you record a recording or anything, is it one way or two way?
You know what's the wonderful thing though? See, there's this asshole you guys know. I don't know. It's always on cruise ships in international waters. And you might say, why does that asshole spend so much time in international waters?
So here's the real question then. If that, I get your drift. Here's the other question. Somebody sends you a recording on Telegram or WhatsApp.
And I'm in international waters. I'm perfectly okay to share.
No.
Okay.
We're in the U.S. Somebody sends you a voicemail. Does anybody know that? I don't even know the answer. Somebody sends you a voice message in Telegram or WhatsApp. Can you release it to the public?
Where are the servers based?
They're on Telegram or what?
No. There's a different answer. If it's WhatsApp, your hands are a little more tied because WhatsApp's an American company.
All right.
Telegram is not. WhatsApp is owned by Facebook. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yes.
Wiretapping laws are very different from voicemail laws and internet laws and stuff like that. Pretty much anything on Telegram you can release legally.
Okay.
Legally, pretty much anything on Telegram you can release. WhatsApp is a lot more confusing. In the state of Florida, I'm going to be on the 27th of this month. I'm going to happen to be in international waters. Now, if you happen to send me that, and I happen to re-record it in international waters.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Speaking of, when you said that we're hurting them with their cash flow, the funny part is I have a recording that Micah sent me months ago, probably last year, about a year ago, where he's claiming you're hurting the company. You helped us and we missed out on $100,000. Like he's whining. I was just like, dude, man, stop. From videos that I was making last year. That's what he claimed.
Eric, if you're worried about Micah coming after you, he's got a lot more legal problems than a little phone call.
I wasn't worried. I was going to actually maybe one of these days release it, but I didn't know what the ramifications would be. I haven't contacted an attorney or nothing. But
yeah, I mean, I'll put it like this: like I know how David Copperfield does all the tricks in his current show, and I'm decided I'm going to record how he does all his tricks in international waters. and release them in international waters on the deck of a cruise ship. It sounds crazy, but at the same time, it's not that crazy. Crazy. We've been on this for like 4 or 5 hours. I have to drink some beer, then I have to sober up, then I have to get home, then I have to drink some more beer, and then I have to go 11 minutes and 11 seconds into some horseshit 2-hour video. Because I can't release the first video till the second video's done, if that makes sense.
I hear you.
I said at the end I'm going to release it because pretty much I do it as a premiere. It's going to take 2 hours to go through, and then like an hour after it goes through, I'm going to release the second video. But I mean, the simple metric is now everything has been thrown in the air. All the legality's gone away. I guarantee you they're going to try and weasel out of the releases of the stores because they no longer need a physical store,
That's
and
correct.
they're gonna go fully DeFi.
That's correct.
They're gonna go fully DeFi. I think that they've realized that I personally think, and I didn't want to say this when Oscar's on the call because it's going to make him feel bad. I personally think they've abandoned Mediterra, which is going to be a way that because they've realized if they have any footprint in the U.S., they're posed.
Yep.
I think that
agree.
they've abandoned Mediterra. You notice that you haven't heard Mediterra in weeks.
Yep.
I think they've realized just how fucked they are with Mediterra.
Exactly. So now they have to twist to something else.
They didn't have us, right? When they were coming up with the Mediterra thing, they didn't have us, right? People actually going to do some work to make sure that what they're doing is legit. They didn't have us. Now that they got us, they're not talking a whole lot about Mediterra.
But remember, that was the golden goose, wasn't it? That was how they were going to get so many more investors in.
I mean, they've said what they're going to do. They've already, I mean, it's out there for the public to see, right? I mean, like they're going to make up numbers. They said, we're going to take our Phoenix coin and it's worth billions of dollars, whatever. And
I've already done a commentary video on it, so that can never be taken down. That's what I'm trying to say.
So they're going to say that's how they're going to. They've basically told how they're going to scam everybody, and they've explained how their Ponzi scheme works. I mean, he just comes out and talks, you know. So, what's going to happen is they took all the content down, and then now they want to drown us out. So they're going to start adding a whole lot more content. And really, all we got to do is to start doing this more often. But it's all junk content, right? They're just going to have all this AI generated.
No. What happened to MC Sachi? I think that was a lie too. Because don't you remember, Eric, remember they were supposed to start Christmas Day? That was the original day they were supposed to start.
Yeah.
They were like, we're going to start on Christmas Day with MC Sachi. Have you seen anything that even looks anywhere near like a professional company did it? Eric, you're muted, I think, or I'm crazy.
Yeah, they're going to say the same thing they did before. They're going to say, oh, it was a test. We did a test only in Cyprus. And that's what they did last time when they said they were going to do something on CNN or do some promotions. That's what they did. And so nobody knew it. It's BS.
They talk about these Cyprus stores. We had somebody just sit across the street. Somebody sat across the street from one of their stores at a coffee shop and watched it for hours, and not one person walked into the store. So, Mickey goes on there and telling people that they got $500,000 a day in a store. Yeah, okay. That might be $500,000 of our money that they were laundering to Hakan, maybe. But that's about the best they can do.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
I've got to sign off as well.
Yeah, so do I. So
no worries,
Eric,
guys.
I'm gonna go watch some Fire Show.
Nice to see you guys. Thanks for
Gentlemen,
coming on.
hopefully, I got a copyright issue I got to deal with when I get home on that video we shot earlier. But hopefully, I'll release it tomorrow. If not, I'll release it the next day. It's just some song in one of their ads, one of their stupid ads that they played has some song in the background that wants to, that wants to not let it be seen all over the world or something like that.
You mean that song PONZI scheme? It's a Ponzi scheme.
PONZI scheme. It's a. But again, remember, the most important thing is when someone has to tell you they're not a Ponzi scheme over and over and over again. Eric, I'm going to let you say this because it's your channel. What are they?
A Ponzi scheme.
There we go. So this is No Pants signing off. Stop struggling on. Hey, look, I'm still wearing the hat out in public.
I love
Casey.
it.
Me and Casey will be in public together next time we're on. But
beautiful.
See you guys around.
All right. I'll see you guys later. All right, Casey. Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. You got some extra stuff, hours worth of content. I know it's kind of, all over, and I know the music played for a little while. Unfortunately, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize that screen was playing, and it was kind of loud once I opened it up and found it. But once again, we are talking about Miracle Cash and More, Boogie Gopher Club, Cashflow NFT, Mediterra, whatever iteration, Miracle Estates. They have so many iterations. It's ridiculous. So I'm going to sign off myself. We got people coming in. So I want to thank everybody for being here. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And with all that said, ladies and gentlemen, keep your head up, keep moving, and I'm out.